Good afternoon, everybody. We had a little bit of technical issues this morning with a power outage that started our hearing about an hour late, and then halfway through our morning session, we had a second power outage. So I do apologize. We are running a little bit behind, but I will make effort to get us back on track today. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment at the City of Toronto is called to order. Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We also ask that you mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will temporarily be upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times your video will be disabled and you'll be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from panelist role if you fail to respect that instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on any application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of the third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching your 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and members cannot accept materials at the hearing. New materials, I should say. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call in speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the agent or applicant has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay, before we get started with our afternoon session, are there any declarations of interest of the panel or staff for the afternoon slot? I believe Ms. Martin, you had one conflict. Okay, and your reason for the conflict?
So, Mr. Chair, that's in the 4 o'clock. I believe it's in the 4 o'clock.
I believe we have a 4 o'clock, but it's part of the afternoon session is, okay, so let's deal with it. Okay, so you've got a relationship with some of the people that are involved with that item. Okay, thank you for that. So we'll have you step out for that item, and then once we finished, we'll have you step back in. Okay. Do we have any deferral requests?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at 2 p.m. we have one. It's number 2045 Sutherland Drive.
Okay, and we'll deal with that deferral request. Just checking, we don't have any files to close at this time.
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. So let's start with our deferral request.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Hudson. I'm the architect and agent for the owner.
Okay.
Just
hang in there for a moment.
Yep.
And just to confirm, we are dealing with deferral request for item number 20, 45 Sutherland Drive. This is an application to construct a partial rear 2-story addition, new covered side entry and rear deck.
Correct.
Okay. Great. And some of the variances before us for building length, FSI, lot coverage, rear soft yard landscaping, platform encroachment into a rear yard setback and or side yard setback. And on file, I have material from the applicant as well as a staff report from community planning. So, sir, the reason for your deferral request today?
We had a bit of an 11th hour notification from community planning, which precipitated some phone calls on both sides to the zoning examiner, who generated the ZAL and the variances. And it turns out that the particularly contentious topic was coverage with community planning, and the coverage numbers were not correct. So they were too big, as stated in the public notice and the ZAL. Not only that, and perhaps more significantly, 2 variances were missed. So as I walked through it with the examiner, we found 2 more for side yard setbacks because it's a corner lot and he hadn't realized that. So I think in light of that, we basically have to move for a deferral. And would throw ourselves at your mercy if it's possible that we get assigned to the next available hearing date, if we can. I know that might not be under your purview, but again, if we can, that would be great.
That's something that is addressed with staff. I would ask you to reach out directly to them for scheduling at another time. Okay, thank you very much. So I don't see any other speakers on this item. Looks like we can move to committee to address the request for deferral.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move a motion for deferral for this application in order to give the applicant time to clarify the variances and ensure that they're aligned with whatever zoning is indicating.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Casson. Do I have a seconder? Okay, second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The motion carries. The deferral request is approved.
Thank you, committee.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, let's jump back to the first item of our afternoon session here. Moment. I believe we are on item number 14. "36 Glengowan Road." We have one variance before us concerning the location of an air conditioning unit, which also relates to the purpose of the application, which is to allow existing air conditioning units to remain. And this item was deferred from a hearing on April 25th, 2024, in order to correct the variance. We've got the agent or applicant with us in person. Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience. If you can state your name and address for us.
Sorry. My name is John Brunt. I'm from the law firm of Blaney McMurtry. Our address is Suite 1500 to Queen Street East, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've reviewed the file. We can see that there is a letter of concern from the immediate neighbor. So I'm going to ask that you do give us a presentation on this.
Okay. So just briefly, we're seeking a variance to the setback requirements for the existing air conditioning units. By way of a brief background, and as noted in the application, there's 3 air conditioning units next to each other on the side of the dwelling of 36 Glengowan. The first air conditioning unit was installed in 1996, and the second was installed in 2008. And unfortunately, it was indicated in the objection letter that it may have been installed in 2021, and that's not the case. In 2013, when the applicable bylaw came into force, both the first air conditioning unit and the 2008 unit would have been legal non-conforming uses. A third air conditioning unit was installed in 2021, and the original air conditioning unit from 1996 was replaced and moved, losing its non-conforming use, but just moved. It was originally, hang on, if you go back to just where you were, it was originally located just north of Unit 1, and it was moved to the location of Unit 2 now, and that was in 2021 when Unit 3 was also installed. So again, the first unit was installed in 1996, and it was located just north of Unit 1. Unit 1 was then installed in 2008, and the original 1996 unit was moved to position 2 in 2021 when the third unit was installed. The third unit was installed as part of a renovation for which there were all permits obtained and certain minor variances were obtained at that time. And all 3 units have been there and operating since 2021. The property was originally constructed in 1929. It has the original setback of 0.80, and it narrows down at the back to 0.74. The air conditioning units, where they're located, require approximately 0.75. And so that's why we're requesting a 0-meter setback in order that they be complied. The air conditioning units may have vibrated over time, and there was a suggestion that they encroached over the property line. They have been pushed back, and we're comfortable that they are within the property line as they stand right now. Access to and from the air conditioning units by the owners of 36 Glengowan and their technicians have always been through the front yard of 36 Glengowan or through the backyard of 36 Glengowan, and they have not been through the driveway of the neighbor, as has been suggested. And the inspection and servicing units of the units is very infrequent. Any relocation of the two AC units, and I say the two because one is permitted to remain as a result of it being a legal non-conforming use, but we'd like to get it all cleared up so that we're addressing all three units if possible. That would create unnecessary cost and expense, make servicing difficult because many residential service technicians will not service units that are on rooftops. The other suggested locations by the neighbor would also require variances or may be prohibited because of the location of utilities and gas meters going into the property. So for these reasons, we feel the request meets the test for approval of a minor variance. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have or that the neighbor has after he speaks.
Thank you. I have one question concerning, you brought up servicing. How does, for example, unit number 2 get serviced?
So unit number 2 would be inspected, and generally it's an inspection from the exterior. And I did note in a letter that's submitted that there would be the potential for the service technician to stand on the walkway between the houses and possibly over the property line. But as I said, servicing is very infrequent. They get inspected once a month, and that would be it. It would be similar to anybody having to clean the eaves of their property. They would put up a ladder. They would, likely encroach over the other property.
Okay, so if the neighbor were to not permit access, and a right of entry permit would be required in order to service the air conditioning?
If they required service, they couldn't be done by reaching over one unit or the other. I mean, the units are close together. There's pictures in the application that show how close they're together, and they're generally just cleaned out and inspected. And they usually last 15 years, so there's not really a large replacement issue, and hopefully every 15 years we wouldn't have an issue.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, related to what you have shared, Mr. Chair, the question would be, how does it not an unacceptable adverse impact?
Sorry, pardon me?
What you mentioned, what you explained about having the service and possibility of going to property line of neighbor, how does it not an acceptable adverse impact? How does it not have that? Can you clarify?
So access to the southernmost unit would come from the front yard of the property. Access to the back unit would come from the backyard of the property, wouldn't involve going over. Inspection of the middle one is simply a visual inspection on a walkway. There's a walkway between the houses. If you look at the pictures that I think are with the application as opposed to with the neighbor's letter, you get a better picture of the walkway. Okay. So are we able to show the pictures with the application? Yeah.
While we're waiting, can I ask a question?
Please, yes, yeah.
The location of these units, they're totally on the property of 36 Glengowan, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they're not impeding the walkway that the neighbor has to their backyard?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'm hoping the picture can be pulled up and it.
I have a question as well. So, are there any windows on visually, I don't think it impedes the house where the the air conditioners are, it's not in their visual sort of sight lines. Are there windows along the neighbor's property that they would be looking at the air conditioners?
So there are windows on the other side of the property. My understanding of those windows are that they are a front vestibule right by their front door that looks out to the side. There's a staircase, and there's 2 windows that go up on the staircase, so that it's not up against their living room space. And I believe there's a window looking forward out the front direction, so not in the sight line of the air conditioning, which I understand may be a bathroom, but I'm not sure. The neighbor could clarify
But
that.
there are windows looking over it from the other property on, you said a vestibule and
A front
staircase.
vestibule and staircase, but not living areas, as I understand.
And my second question is, why is it that you can't, like, it seems to me like you've got plenty of room on the north side of the property to put the air conditioners. Why can the applicant not put them there?
So the original
Or
construction,
can the applicant put them there, more like it?
there is the possibility that they could be located there, but it would be at tremendous cost, because it would require completely redoing the interior of the house to run the piping to where it is and needs to be. And the other issue associated with that is the one air conditioner as I understand it, is permitted to remain there. So keeping the air conditioners together makes sense from a service maintenance and having them there.
Okay, and then I have a third question. I can imagine, because I know that even one air conditioner makes a fair amount of noise. I can't imagine how loud it would be if you had 3 running at the same time. Why is it, you were saying because of the renovations, they need 3?
Yeah, so the house was built in 1929, and it doesn't have the original, it doesn't have forced air heating. It was radiator heating with piping that was installed. So in order to service the property without completely destroying the inside and running new vents, it requires that there be 3 separate evaporator cores in different spaces to service the house. And each unit requires a separate, each evaporator coil requires a separate unit.
Have you had all 3 on it? Like, has the neighbor experienced, he or she said they haven't experienced 3 going at once. Why is that? Like, why?
I cannot answer that. The air conditioning has been on in the property at all times since 2021. So we were surprised by that comment in the letter, and I indicated that they have been fully operational. Whether they all operate at once, I actually don't know, because it could be coincidental. They could all run together. They could run one at a time. They could run 2 out of the 3, and it could be a different 2. It's whatever the needs of the house are at the time, but they have all been operational now for 3 years.
So the neighbor has a right to not let the applicant on their property to service at all. So what if they do need, I mean, from looking at this, I can't see how they could service the middle one.
Well, so servicing of the air conditioner on a regular basis is really putting a vacuum hose on it and inspecting it from either side. So the regular service, if they actually were to put up a fence along there, then I think that they could still be serviced. It would be much more difficult. If we show a picture, there may actually be room to climb over one unit and stand there. So if a fence were there, it would be something that would have to be addressed by the owner.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I still did not receive the answer for my question, so I think we were waiting for the staff to pull up some.
Yeah, I think staff have indicated that they don't have that specific material, but perhaps we can address where it is and why it's not.
If the applicant representative could just
I'm
elaborate on my questions.
So you were asking about the walkway and whether it interferes with,
It's more about like, you know,
with their
we talk
their
about
use of,
adverse impact.
yeah,
adverse
their use
impact.
of their walkway. I do have the pictures here.
No, I understand. I'm just referring to, my focus here is on the Ford test.
Yeah.
And based on the Ford test, I can make my decision, right? So, and the agents, applicants, I like them to elaborate based on the Ford test. So the question was, how does it not, the situation that we explained, how is it not an unacceptable adverse impact? I'm just looking
Okay,
to
so-
hear what you have to
Okay.
provide. That's all I'm looking for.
So from what we've been able to determine, the operation of 1 unit versus 2 units versus 3 units hasn't been noticed by the neighbor, so has not appeared to have an adverse impact. They haven't even realized that all 3 have been operating for the last 3 years. The air conditioning units are completely off of the property and allow for the walkway that they have beside their garage that goes to their backyard to be completely free and unobstructed in any way by these air conditioning units. And so the adverse effect to the neighbors of this is negligible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe we have the neighbor with us. I would like to allow them the opportunity to present, and then I'm gonna give you time to speak in response.
Okay?
Okay? All right. So can we get the neighbor on? If they can state their name and address for us?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Yeah.
Miss-
Okay. All right. My name is Robert Featherby, and I live at 32 Glengowan Road, which,
Thank you.
okay, sorry about that.
The floor is
There's a
yours.
bit of a lag with the video, so.
Yeah, no. of
So I
course.
live at 32 Glengowan Road, just to the west of 36 Glengowan. Myself and my wife share a venue, both own the house. Before I get to a quick chat, I guess I'll just go through quickly, if you allow me to. Am I allowed to go through the letter? Can I do that, or?
Okay, we've got the letter up,
Sorry.
of course.
Sorry, my audio was a bit messed up. Okay, I'll try to go through as quickly as possible. So first point, there's a lot of confusion, and I just want to make sure I'll state this as simply as possible. We moved into the house in 2000. Well, we bought the house in 2001, and in 2001 there was 1 air conditioning unit. Okay, and then in 2003 moved in, and there was 1 air conditioning unit on number 36, and we didn't know it was right beside the property line, but it was. We didn't know that until later. Up until 2021, when this renovation was done, there was 1 air conditioning unit there, and then in 2021, 2 air conditioning units, additional air conditioning units appeared. Sorry, I got to take my earbud out because the audio was all backwards. It's like lagged by about 2 minutes. So there were 2 air conditioning units. There's 1 air conditioning unit in 2003, and then in 2021, 2 new air conditioning units appeared for a total of 3. So I think there's some confusion with what they're saying there. And if they can bring a picture and show us that we're wrong, both myself and my wife, that'd be great. But all this stuff started in 2021 when the 1 air conditioning unit became 3. And if I'm talking about moving it 6 feet towards the street, I think it was more like 4 feet, and that may have been done just to move it away from a window into their basement and allow more light in. But whatever. Number two, I'll just talk real quickly. If I've said anything that implies, anything, any malfeasance or any sneakiness on the part of Sharon Heaton, I'll apologize for that. There were mistakes made during a renovation in 2000 and I forget the year when they did the move the awning 17 inches over the property line. I'm sure that was just an architectural error. So I'll let that go. So number three, that's the same thing. Number four, in my application or my objection, where I say talk about there was no HVAC submission or there was nothing. What I meant was there was nothing there that I saw about air conditioning units being put on our property line. So when we saw them on our property line, that was a total surprise to us. And I don't remember seeing anything in the request for variance from 2019 that said anything about air conditioning units. And I looked at it a couple of times. So if there was something in there that said they were going to put them beside the property line, that's news to me. Number five, they make a point that each AC unit has been operational. And they say that twice, operational. They don't say they're actually operating. In 2021, when the two new units came up, a total of three, since that time in 2021, I think none of the air conditioning units have been operating, not even the old one. About a week ago or maybe 2 weeks ago, my wife noticed that one of the new air conditioning units was running, and we were like surprised because that was the first time we'd seen air conditioning units there running since they were put in 2021. And I asked her about it, and she goes like, no. And she made the point. She's a doctor. She does on call. So sometimes she's coming in and out of the house like very late, like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. And all of that time, since 2021, she's never seen any of the air conditioning units, the new air conditioning units running. So I think they've been just kept off that whole time so that we wouldn't have any complaints about noise.
Final.
That's number five. Number six.
Yep, you got about 30 seconds left, sir.
Okay, all right. 30 seconds. Okay, we're objecting to it because of the appearance of our property. We use that side door 90% of the time. I know it looks industrial. Everybody wants their house to look nice in the street, but because number 36 is a corner lot, they want to have it look nice from two sides. So they're putting stuff onto us. Prospective buyers are going to see this alley beside our house and impact their property value, increase traffic on our property, damage the cars. And I said property a couple of times. I mean property. If I said driveway before, I mean property too. I'm worried about noise, and I'm worried about this as the president for the neighborhood. Like it's the floodgate thing. We put in one thing, and because we put in one thing, we get all this other stuff. I think it just sets a bad for resale for us. It's bad for traffic for us. And I think it sets a bad precedent for the neighborhood by using this floodgate principle where you get away with one thing and then you shove a bunch of other things after the fact.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry if I took up too much time. My audio was lagged and it was just sort of messing me up.
Okay. No, thank you very much. That was helpful. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. We don't have any questions. Okay. I'm going to turn it back to the agent. I want to give you a chance to rebut the remarks from the neighbor.
Okay. So to be clear, looking at the picture that we have up, which is in Mr. Featherby's letter, you'll see that 2 of the units are newer, and the one older unit is the one that was installed in 2005. We could provide evidence of that, proof of purchase and everything like that. I can provide proof of purchase for the 1996 unit that it's been there. So there were clearly 2 air conditioners there since 2005. Sorry, 2008. The owners corrected me. So
one was replaced.
They've been there for since 2008. The one from 1996 was replaced, and as I said, moved. That's why the 2 units look the same. They were both replaced in 2021 in conjunction with the most recent renovation of the property. I said they're fully operational. I'd like to clarify they're fully operational and have been operating as required to cool the house since 2021. In 2019, when the renovation was contemplated, the last renovation done by my client, the zoning review was done. No issue was raised with respect to the air conditioning at that time, and there was an HVAC submission with the permit indicating what was going to be installed And, through zoning review, the issue of this minor variance was never raised. It came as a result of a more recent complaint to a bylaw officer. Came to the attention of the client, and the client is trying to make sure that it's in compliance. That's all I have.
Fair enough. I have a question for you. I'm
Yep.
just curious, you said there was obviously HVAC permit for the renovation. Was the location of the air conditioner not provided in the initial submission, or was it done, or was it installed as part of the construction process separately? Because in my experience, sometimes depending on the application, sometimes they will note the location of equipment. It'll be on the site plan, and sometimes they won't. So I'm just curious in this case whether or not it was included as part of the actual permit, the location.
Can I just
Of
confer
course,
1
yes.
minute?
Mr. Chair, if she's going to speak, we need the audio on YouTube.
Yeah, so if, can we have, would you mind answering and just state your name and address for us into the mic?
My name is Sharon Heaton. I live at 36 GLENGOWAN. I'm the one responsible for the installation of the 3 AC units. The site plan does not show the air conditioning units. Seems to have been a mistake not to apply for a variance. I think that's why we're here, to regularize that mistake in 2019. The architect said we don't put this on site plans, we leave it to builders and HVAC consultants to tell you where to put your units. I've heard that twice now. I also heard that in 2008 from the architect. She said the same thing, we leave it to builders and HVAC consultants.
Okay.
In 2008, there was no need for a variance.
Yeah, understood. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Very appreciated. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
No? Oh, we have one more?
Yeah.
From Ms. Martin?
So, in looking at the picture here, it looks like the piping is on the exterior. So, can you clarify that for me?
So the piping is on the exterior right by the units. You don't see it there, but in another picture, you can see that the piping then starts to go in 3 different directions. If we were able to get my application up with the other piping, we have a picture of the wall. 2 of them go upstairs and 1 goes down into a crawl space.
But, yeah.
In the vicinity of the units.
Okay, very good. All right, we've had a lot of questions asked on this one. I think we should move into committee for very brief deliberation, followed by a motion. Unless there's any other questions. Did that answer your question? Did that? Sort of, okay. Okay, so let's head into committee right now.
Do you want to discuss, or?
Perhaps it seems like some discussion might be warranted, given the number of questions that went back and forth.
Yeah. I do not like I think that they could have been located more strategically on the applicant's property. That's my take on this, and that it does adversely affect the neighbor in various ways, including visual and operational. Just like I just don't think it's an appropriate location on the applicant's property. It's off their radar, but totally on the radar of the neighbor's property.
Okay. Other comments, motion? Yes, Ms. Casson.
I think this application is partly has evolved over time, and initially the first renovation, I guess, when the air conditioning was put in was, as the applicant indicated, to, for a non-forced air situation. So it's typical to have had pipes on the outside and to have a unit like that in the side yard. And then over time, the other one, you know, they renovated again and they needed more air conditioning power. And I really don't, I mean, I know if you were building a brand new house, that would not be the place to put air conditioning units. But I think given the age of the property and how it's kind of evolved over time, it just makes, I'm sure it's more efficient to have them all together. And it doesn't really offend me. They could probably screen it with some sort of little fence or something if it was visually invasive, but
I don't think they can though, because they're right on, there's zero property. There's zero setback. So
well, I would say that that flagstone that they're sitting on is probably within the property line, and as long as you're like an inch from it, you can still put something on it, but it would be on the property line. I agree. But it doesn't offend me the way it offends you, so I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to refuse this application. I don't think it meets the 4 tests. It's not a minor variance. And I don't think it is in character of, it doesn't serve anybody but the applicant in terms of visual, operational. I can't see how eventually somebody is going to have to step on the neighboring property to service these. What if one breaks down? You have to remove it. There's so many issues with it, I think. So that's my motion.
I have a second.
I just want to make a comment on this matter. For me, it's in this matter, I would like to second this motion, but I want to add this, that it is more about the adverse impact. I wish that this matter was solved between the neighbors, but it is in front of us. And I think part of the reason that I second this motion is because I think it does not satisfy the 4 tests, though the issue could be resolved in a very different way between them. However, I may stick to this. I have to just follow this 4 tests. Because of that, I second the motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, the motion carried. Opposed? Ms. Cassian on record as opposed. 4 in favor. The application is refused. Okay, item number 15, 8 Cambourne Avenue. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. The application was deferred at the May 9th, 2024 meeting in order to address some additional variances. We've got variances before us for front yard setback, north side yard setback relating to a rear structure, side yard setback in general, building length and lot coverage. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a memo from Urban Forestry and a late staff report from planning. We've got the applicant or agent with us.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresville Avenue, agent for the owner.
Okay, thank you. Just give us a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't see any other speakers on this item. I don't have any, I don't need to hear a full presentation, but I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they do. Okay, it doesn't appear we need a presentation. It looks like we're ready to move to committee on this. If there's anything you'd like to add at this time, sir?
Yeah, I did have a presentation prepared, but if you don't require a presentation, that's all right. I just would like to point out that we have had in-depth discussions with planning staff. The owner and architect have made a number of revisions in accordance with their recommendations, and it's reflected in the latest drawings on file and the latest public notice, and they have no concerns with the application as revised.
Okay, so I presume the planning's recommendation to have any approval tied to the plans, there's no issues or concerns with that?
That's right.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's move into committee on this one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward the motion to approve this application. I think I would subject to the building length be developed in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the Community Adjustment on April 26, 2024, attached as attachment number 1 to staff report. I think there is a condition for 4C number 1, so I'd like to add that condition there as well. I believe, as the applicant mentioned, they have worked with the planning staff and tried to make the variances to satisfy the 4TAS. So I believe it is desirable and it's minor and maintains the OP and zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vazzelli, do I have a second for that? Okay, second by Ms. Martin. All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Item number 16, 435 Castlefield Avenue. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new dwelling with an integrated garage and walkout basement. We've got variances before us for west side yard setback, building length, west main wall height, east main wall height, rear deck area at a second story, eave projection, FSI, and vehicular entrance through a front wall of a residential building. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a memo from Urban Forestry and a letter of objection from 433 Castlefield Avenue. Let's get the agent online, please. Hello. Mr. Moravi? No.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I believe it's Nafisa Zengianbadi.
Ah, okay. Oh, new agent, yes. Did we have him with us? I'm well. Good afternoon. Your name and address for us.
My name is Nafisa Zangibari. I'm the agent representing the owner. My address is 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill.
Okay. Let's get the clock up. I'm going to ask for a presentation from you.
Sure. And can I have the supporting material put up, please? Thank you. So this application is to construct a new two-story dwelling. It was before committee on March 21st, and it was deferred due to a missing variance for FSI. So when we sent the drawing back for revision of the zoning notice, we also got the chance to eliminate some of the variances. So the number of variances got reduced from 15 to 8, which is before you today. I'm going to go through them quickly. We have the variance of side yard setback variance number 1. This is a 25-foot lot, and we have a right-of-way on one side. So we had to ask for a side yard setback on one side to be able to accommodate the spaces inside the house.
Very good. I'm just going to interrupt for a moment. Did you say there was a modifications to the public notice?
No, there was a revised zoning notice.
There was,
that was
sorry,
circulated,
okay.
and when you,
I misheard. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
continue.
then we have the variance of length. Instead of 17, we're asking for 18 meter, which is very common in the area. If you scroll down, I have the precedence of the neighborhood with the similar length. On the next page, you can see we are within the context of the neighborhood. Then we have the variance number 3 and 4 are for the main wall height, and as you can see, it's only for the parapet, 5 feet of the parapet wall in front of the house. And it's also very common in the area. We have the precedence and the address similar to this address. I'll go through them later. Then we have the variance number 5 for the rear deck. It's a technical variance because the basement has been considered first story, so the main floor was considered second, and so the deck basically is on main floor. And this technical variance also applies to FSI, which instead of 0.6, the number is 1.03. Because the basement is included, whereas the actual GFA of the house is 0.66, which is very common in the area, and we have the list of approved decisions. Then we have variance number 8 for the vehicle entrance, which also is a technical variance since there's a right-of-way and no access to the back, and transportation was also okay with this variance. Staff had no objection to this application. Even Forestry was okay. We just need to make a payment for a new tree. And I think it's a very straightforward application, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you. Did I hear correctly? You said variance number 8, you said was a technical variance?
It is because there's no access from the right-of-way. So transportation was okay with that variance for us, with the entrance being from the main wall height, main front wall.
But it's not an existing condition, right?
No.
It's a new proposed, is a proposed condition, right? Okay. And do you have in your planning rationale report, is there any precedent for variance number 8?
And I don't have any precedent at the moment, but as I said, transportation had no comments for that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any questions at this time? Okay. We have another speaker I'd like to hear from. Mr. K?
I have a question. Hi.
Hi, your name and address.
Michael K., 432 Castlefield Avenue.
Okay. Mr. K, we got the 5 minutes up on the clock. The time is yours.
Oh, I had a question before my 5 minutes started. I thought there were opportunities for questions.
You can pose questions, and we will give the agent or applicant a chance to respond, and I will ask him to answer those questions. So if you've got questions, you can put them forth as part of your submission.
Okay, well, all right, let's start the clock now. Okay, first, this is addressed, this is a statement or a request directly to the owner or the agent. It's not regarding a variance. I'm going to do this as a favor to neighbors, especially those, and I know I'm using my 5 minutes here. I understand that there's a plan to put a swimming pool, a built-in swimming pool in the backyard. These are 25-foot lots. Swimming pools will generally annoy the neighbors in the immediate vicinity, and as a builder and owner, you've got a good chance of winding up upside down financially on installing a pool. People will pay thousands of dollars to fill or to get rid of a swimming pool. These are 25-foot lots. These are not big. These are not big properties. A swimming pool may wind up. You may lose money on that. Less bids, less offers. And you will be annoying neighbors. And I know at least one neighbor feels the same way. I would too. Okay, number one on the requests, the distance between the two properties, the two houses rather, the two structures, the structure of the house on the west side, there's only about 1 meter between those houses. There's very little room in between the two structures, the 435 and its next door neighbor on the west. I would be against making the structure any closer to the other structure and taking away room. Number two, building length. You don't, as a neighbor or somebody who doesn't live next door, you don't really see the length. However, I know that the house is on the south side of the road, and in the morning, the houses immediately next to them are going to lose lots of direct light. That's what happens when you go longer. This 18 meters is going to be longer than both those houses in length, and they are going to lose a significant amount of light. If I live next to them or even houses adjacent to the next door neighbors will lose light. I would be very much against that. The height, both sides, 3 and 4 together, they're both the same east and west walls. This is really high. What happens, the houses next to you have chimneys. When you put a property and you go much higher than the existing properties and the structure, the walls go above the chimney or higher, you cause problems with the functionality of those chimneys and them exhausting, whether it's boilers, water heaters. Plus, at that height, this house is going to stand out like a sore thumb next to these houses built in the 20s and 30s. So that's not going to look good as a neighbor. Plus, it's going to cause problems with functionality of chimneys and maybe other issues. Number 5, this is one of the obvious ones. The rear deck, you're already going 18 meters. You're taking away lots of light from the neighbors, direct light from where the sun moves during the day. You're going to put a rear deck on the second floor that's 3 times the permitted one. You're going to, there's already going to be a blackout or close to it of loss of direct sunlight from that. That to me is ridiculous. The size of the rear deck, that should definitely be kept to what the code is now and not going over that at all, especially with 18 feet of length going over a meter more than the code. Number 6, eaves, it's on the west side. No, both sides? No, just the west. I would not want that as a neighbor on the west side, anything getting closer to my structure, my property. As not a next-door neighbor, that doesn't bother me too much. Floor space, this is where I'm confused. Is the basement counted? Is this a 2-story house, or is this a 3-story house plus a basement? And so my feelings are basically the same as what I've expressed before. This house is going to be a monster. It's going to stand out like a sore thumb. These houses, most of them in the neighborhood, are all 20s and 30s houses. And I understand that the builder owner is doing it wants to turn a profit. This is obviously going to be a flip, I'm pretty sure. And obviously, anyway, and then number 8, the vehicle entrance. There are other houses that have on 25-foot lots. I've seen entranceways, garages at the front. I don't like it. I'm against it, but I know that it exists. But I would be against it. Just it doesn't fit in. It stands out compared to other houses. But I do believe that other houses, newer houses, 25-foot lots have these front garages. I am glad that this has been revised to get rid of a lot of variances that personally I was really against, and that was going to be the destruction of the front of the house regarding really cutting back on green space, landscaping, and the required green space. I'm glad to see that's been removed. That was a big issue for me.
Final words?
That's basically what I have to say.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Thank you. And thank you for good timing there, sir. All right. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, no questions at this time. I believe we have another speaker.
Well, I have a question. Can I ask a question?
I'll let you. I'm gonna ask your question, but I'm not sure who's going to answer it. But you can ask it.
Okay, it's for the builder. I'm confused from floor space and everything. Is this a 2-story house plus the basement? Is this a 3-story house plus the basement? And if it's a why would the basement be included in number 7, when normally it's not? That kind of throws this up. But my question is this 3 plus 1, basement being the 1, or is this 2 plus 1?
We'll get some clarification on that for you. Okay. Thank you. Let's get our other speaker.
Hear me?
Hello.
Hi. So my name is Richard Hamer, and I live at 433 Castlefield Avenue, so the neighbour immediately to the east of the proposed property.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You've got your 5 minutes up. The floor is yours.
Hi. Thank you. Yeah. So I really wanted to echo a lot of the sentiments of the previous caller, but these things directly affect me because I am the neighbour next to this proposed property. We're really concerned about the proposed length of this property combined with the height. Where we are, looking at this property, even before you add the second floor balcony, the rear of the house is like up to the end of our deck. You add the balcony, we pretty much are in a situation where in the autumn, the spring, we wouldn't have any light in our house after like early afternoon. In the summer months, probably the evening, we would have no light. It's it feels like an extraordinarily long, tall building. And obviously that's very disappointing for us because that's the deck, that's the garden where I play with my kid, and I like to entertain friends. Like that light and the shadow is covering a large part of our property there. I have like a specific objection to the idea of like a second story deck. Other than the fact that obviously it makes the house even longer, I'm quite concerned about the privacy issues there. The width of the property doesn't suggest there's room for like trees or anything to kind of hide us. There's literally like a balcony of people like right over the center of our yard, looking right over the yard, like where I'm with my kid all of the time. And that strikes me as it feels very unusual for the character of the neighborhood. I can't see it around anywhere, and it just feels like quite an imposition, and I said quite different. And a third point, a more minor one, again to do with light, is because of the height. All of like the rooms at the back of the house here, like the office I'm speaking in now, and the room immediately next to me, we would lose like all of our light, because if this house is taller than the house that's currently there, and already our light levels are relatively low, that's extremely disappointing, and it just feels like a very large, very invasive property, which, despite what the agent said, does not feel in character to the neighborhood to me. Those are my main points. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, at this time, I don't think we have any other speakers. Staff? No? Okay, so let's go back to the applicant. I'd like to give the applicant a chance to respond to only those issues that were brought up by the two neighbors.
Yes. First, the issue of swimming pool brought up. Swimming pool, we have no variance for the swimming pool, plus it's going to be a separate permit for the swimming pool. All the items will be addressed on that permit, all the construction issues and related stuff. So I don't think that's the matter of this committee. Our neighbor had a concern for the length of the house and the deck. I appreciate if you can pull up the elevations on our supporting material. As I said, the main floor is considered the second story. That's why it's written on the notice that the deck is on second story, whereas it's just on main floor. As you can see, it's on the main floor. And the reason to answer the question of our neighbors for why the house is considered 3-story is just a new definition of the zoning bylaw that includes the basement in the calculation. The house itself is a 2-story, like any other houses on the street. So it's not a 3-story house, just to confirm that. Also for the deck, if you can see on our site plan, we have setback for the deck. We didn't align the deck with the main wall of the house. On both sides, we just set inside to give more privacy to our neighbors. And we're also okay to put a privacy screen if they want. As for the length of the house, we have present in the neighborhood, we're in the approved length in the neighborhood. Also, the way the house is positioned on the north and south side of the lot, which is right the street, there's no effect of shadowing on the neighbors. And our neighbors for 37, we're like more than 2 meters away because there's a right of way there. So technically, there's going to be no effect from our house to them. And again, we're okay to put a privacy screen on our deck if it helps with that issue. And if you can bring up the elevation again for the main wall height that the neighbor brought up the issue, it's just the parapet wall in the front. Our main wall height complies. If you can go to that page, please. So if you can see, our main overall height complies, and we are not over the overall height. And it's just that parapet wall in the front that we're asking for the main wall height, and the rest of the eaves are just much lower than that. And as for the variance number 8 for the vehicular entrance, There's no laneway at the back of this house, and that was the reason that transportation was okay to give the permission for having the entrance from the front. And they were okay with that, and the staff had no objections for that too. And I think I answered all the questions for the deck not being on the second story. The GFA basement is included, and the main wall height and the length. And for the they had a concern for the setback, as I said, for 25-foot lot, and we have a right of way on one side, so we had to ask for the setback to be able to accommodate a one-car garage inside and other spaces, and also for that creates the eaves variance, and we're not projecting into our neighbor's property for the eaves.
Yeah,
And we just need a
just
little
slow
bit
down a
protection
little
to-
bit. Just slow down a little bit for us. Some
drainage.
of our members are having a hard time capturing everything that you're saying, and it's important, and important that we hear everything. So
Sure.
I've caught it, but I'm gonna ask it to just slow down a little bit.
Sure. For the side yard setback, it's a 25-foot lot and is a right of way on one side. So we had to ask for a setback on the other side, with which there's no door or windows, to be able to accommodate require the space inside for the one-car garage and the other spaces. And also for the eaves, we are not projecting into our neighbor's property. And we just needed a little bit of space for the drainage, and we're about 16 centimeters from the property line. So there's not going to be any drainage issues to the neighbors. And I'm going to repeat the other ones for the basement included in the GFA for the new definition of the bylaw. Whereas the house itself, main and second floor, we're at 66%, which is very common in the area. And main wall height, as I said, is just the front parapet wall. The rest is much lower, and then we comply with the overall height. I think I addressed everything. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. Yes, yeah. Do you actually, perhaps, just given that there was some correspondence lost, maybe you can ask that question concerning the way that the basement is treated as a first level. I think it's you can, if we pull up, there's a diagram. It shows that because the midpoint of the basement is above established grade, it's actually considered the first floor.
Exactly. This is true.
Right, but it's interesting that the deck, which is considered second floor, and has a limit of 4 meters squared, is over 14 meters squared. So how do we deal with that?
Yeah. So you've got a concern.
deck-
about the- Well, it's a question for the. Yeah.
Maybe when we go into committee, we can discuss.
Okay. At this time,
Can
though,
I answer that question?
given that let's have
Yeah,
the applicant
deck
respond to
is
your.
actually
Sure,
on
if
main
the
floor.
applicant could comment on that, you know, on one hand, you're
Yes.
calling the second floor first floor, but you have a deck that is you're asking for a variance on a deck on what you're calling the second floor.
Yes, the main floor is not considered the second floor, and the deck is considered a balcony. That's the way the notice is written and will be written because of that technical variance. Whereas it's technically a deck and it's on main floor. It's the way that the notice is written because the main floor is considered second floor. So if you see the elevation, our deck is on main floor. There's no balcony on second floor. But since it's been considered technically second floor, so it's been considered a second story platform.
So you have
Which has
interior
been
stairs
definitely-
going from the foyer up to the main floor.
Mhm.
Yeah,
They would.
yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Like similar to the other houses, very typical design.
I'm ready to. No question.
I can't find the staff report. Is there a
Oh, there's no staff report. They were okay.
staff report? Okay.
Okay.
There's no
Any
staff
other
report.
any other questions? Okay. All right, let's take this into committee. We've heard enough on this one. Discussion, motions. Yes, Ms. Casson.
I'm just going to attempt to answer Ms. Martin's question about that deck. I think the intent of the 4 square meter limit of the deck was for a true second story, i.e. the bedroom level of a house. Then
I understand that, but I think that needs clarification overall, but.
It does, but
That's
it's
a whole
very,
other
very common to have a request for a larger deck off the main floor. The main floor being the second floor in this case, as per the zoning definition related to average grade. That's the issue. They're in conflict in the bylaw.
Correct, I understand.
Yeah, I know.
understand where it's coming from, yeah.
I would say this application is a bit problematic in my mind in that it is kind of the first application of its kind on the street to have the integral garage with the walk-up and hence the requirement for all these variances. It is very different than what the existing character is. But it is meeting the overall height limit. The applicant has indicated that they are providing privacy screens on the deck. I don't know. Anyone else's comment?
I'm having an issue with fit on this one. This is a very common typology, Toronto typology, Toronto building typology. I have a bit of concern with the location on Castlefield. Just given where we are, I don't think that this particular typology fits within the neighborhood. My biggest issue really starts with the integral garage, which elevates the entire building up. It elevates the front door, creates the stairs. You know, and I think the character, frankly, is really at stake here, because if we just say that, well, it's treat it as a technical variance and transportation, has no issues with it, I think we're going to see a lot more of these integral garages. So I've got a little bit of concern being the first one on the street, particularly given the neighborhood. And there's been quite a bit of new development as well, I should say. None of it that I've seen has any integral garage. Is more of a parking pad designed with a portion of soft landscaping. It forms in part of the front yard. And not to say it's not just the garage door that I might have an issue with, but it's what the garage door does essentially create a massing that looks very much like a 3-story building. In this case, I think too, because the basement is barely sunk at all, I would argue that this really, to a certain extent, really is a 3-story building in nature. I think that I think overall, in terms of that fit, is a really big one, is a big problem for me on this.
But planning staff have not commented on the character of the neighborhood, and that sort of gives me the indication that there isn't a concern with that. And I agree it's the first one on the street, but is it going to be the last one on the street? Those houses are all old.
Yeah, but it's not the first
Hold on. We're in committee.
sorry to-
Staff, hold on. Staff, can
Thank
you
you.
please cut thank you. Okay.
I don't, I agree with you that, it's always hard being the first new style house in a neighborhood, and you're correct that it is common topology for Toronto in various areas, especially when you have small lots. And I think that's why we have this application. So I think we need to focus on the variances and whether those are appropriate or not just the typology.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any support for number 8. I asked very early on of the applicant, they provided some precedent. They couldn't provide a single example of an integral garage in this neighborhood. So I don't know how that could possibly meet the 4 tests. And I think without that integral garage, the whole project just, it doesn't jive. I think we got to get rid of the integral garage, and that building's got to drop down so we have 2 stories on the front and not 3, and not such a raised. And that also is contributing to the issues with the back, the fact that the deck is coming off so high. And frankly, that combined with the building depth and the size of the deck, I agree with the neighbors' concerns of privacy. I think that the structure extends so far into the backyard and the deck is so big that it really is, I think the imposition really is something that I think is too above and beyond to satisfy the 4 tests, in my opinion.
I would note that there is a new house at 419 Castlefield, which is to the east. And it is it's been built with just a front parking pad, from what I can tell. It's a modern looking house with a flat roof.
It's got, that's what I mean. It's got a
Yeah.
parking pad and it's reading as 2 stories in nature from the front.
Yep.
There's no stacked 3-story portion, and you look at the street, this is a very clear street. There's very clear delineation of a 2-story front main wall, and that's it. So if there's a 3rd story, I'd expect some sort of step back or something on the street, but in this case, it's just a 3-story main wall, and then that coupled with the integral garage, I can't
I
support
also
it.
don't like the precedent of the length, even though it is a meter over what is allowed, it's setting another precedent to be pushed. And it's already, if you look at the map where you can see all the houses on Google Maps, it would be the longest house in the neighborhood,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
You go. I would make a motion to refuse this application.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay. Second by Mr. Kubu. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The application is refused. Okay, moving on. Item number 17, 321 Patricia Avenue. This is an application to construct a rear 1-story addition, sunroom to the existing dwelling. We've got 4 variances before us, one for lot coverage, building length, building depth, and area of a platform at a 2nd story. On file, we have material from the applicant, as well as a late staff report from planning. Have the applicant with us. Do we have the applicant with us? We do. Thank you. Hello? We don't.
Hello?
Hello? Your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Daniel. I believe I'm next in line for number 18.
Your last name, sir?
Daniel Vinciani.
And which address are you here for?
I'm here for 104 CAINES Avenue.
Okay. We got a bit of a mix-up. Apologize, sir. Just hang in there. Do we need to stand down? We don't have a... Yeah. Yep, okay, we're going to stand down item number 17, and we're going to move on to item number 18 in the meantime, until we get that sorted. Item number 18, the address is 104 Keas Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with integral garage, rear wood deck, and walkout basement. We've got variances for rear deck projection in height, vehicular access to a parking space, and side yard setback, lot coverage, rear balcony area, first floor height, main wall height, and building length. Okay, on file, we've got material from the applicant, 2 memos from Urban Forestry, a memo from Transportation, 2 letters of objection from 19 Chelmsford Avenue, and a form letter of support from 101, 102, 110, and 150 Keas Avenue. I also have a late staff report from planning requesting some modifications. We have the agent with us.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
My name is
Yep.
Hi, my name is Daniel Vinciani. I'm the agent for the owners. My address is 3 Halberdier Place, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, and sir, are we dealing with a revised or modified application today?
So yes, planning did reach out to me last week, and I did provide modifications to the variances for variance number 1, variance number 6, and variance number 7.
Very good. Let's pull up the public notice. I need you to go through them one by one and let us know what the changes are. Starting with number 1, let us know whether or not there's a change.
I have actually submitted a cover letter.
I understand, sir, but this is how we do things. We've got to go through in order because the public notice was circulated, and that's what we're going off of. So let's pull up the public notice and go through the revisions for the public record and for staff to note that those changes are indeed being put forth. So variance number 1, are there any changes?
Variance number 1, sorry, 1 second.
Sure.
Yes, so we have reduced the projection of the deck to 3.1 meters.
Okay, and the height still remains 1.52?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Number 2?
Sorry, 1.
No problem.
No, number 2 remains. Number 3 remains. Number 4 remains. Number 5 remains. Number 6 has been modified to 1.53.
Okay.
And number 7 has been modified to 8.24.
Number 7, you said. Okay, and no change to number 8 then?
No changes to number 8, correct.
Very good. Okay, thank you for taking us through that. Just give us a moment here. Okay. And we do have some other speakers we do not. Staff, do we just confirm whether or not we have other speakers on this item? No other speakers. Great. Okay, just bear with us for a moment.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, if I could point out on variance number 1, there was a modification to the deck projection of 3.1 meters, as I stated earlier.
Yes.
But then the height of the deck from the ground was also modified to 1.5 1.43 meters.
Okay, so the height was reduced. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, I am going to ask for a brief presentation on this. I do have a question for you, but I'd like to provide you the opportunity to give us a presentation and introduce us to your application.
Sure. I'd like to be brief and say thank you for allowing me here to speak here today with respect to 104 CAINES Avenue. The new house will now be facing CAINES Avenue instead of Chelmsford Drive in order to take advantage of the southern sun exposure and match the frontage characteristics of the three other corner houses located at the intersection of CAINES and Chelmsford. A transportation department had no objection to the location of the new driveway. And as you might be aware, the variances 167 were modified at the satisfaction of community planning. We feel that these variances are minor in nature, desirable and appropriate development for the site. Also, the homeowners did canvass the neighborhood and they got the support of the immediate neighbor, number 102, as well as neighbors across the street, 101, 110, and 150. So other than that, I would like to answer any questions, if there is any.
Thank you. One question for you. I noted that in a memo from forestry, there was some concern regarding a maple tree that may be injured as a result of the location of the basement walkout. I'm hoping you can speak to that a little bit.
Yes, I am aware of that. We did engage an arborist ahead of time to prepare an arborist report, and it's something that we will resolve down the road as required by urban forestry. Whether that means us modifying the basement walkout will be determined at the time of the application.
Well, unfortunately, forestry is one of the criteria that we look at when reviewing applications for minor variance. So it's something that may need to be addressed today. I'll just put that out there. Any questions from my colleagues at this time?
Just a clarification, maybe from the chair. I don't see the tree we're talking about on the site plan. Is it not on the site plan?
Yeah, I'm perhaps an applicant can answer that because I noticed that it wasn't on the site plan. I actually picked it off the forestry memo. No. They've given a bit of a diagram there to show the maple tree and the TPZ zone in relationship to the basement walkout. It's actually it's up on the screen right there. They're asking for condition 2, but they've put in it's a bit of a warning clause, essentially saying that they may still not support it. But I certainly am taking consideration of that. Certainly where I see that, a slight modification can be made to save a tree. There has to be some justification for removing a mature tree. And a basement walkout, I don't know that it meets that justification. So I just put that out there to the applicant and raise it as a concern that I have. Forestry has it, but I have it from a planning standpoint. So I'll put that out there. You will have a chance to respond, and I do believe we might have some questions about that. But right now, are there any other questions at this time? Because we do have to hear from the other members. No other questions. Okay. So let's hear from the others, and then we're going to circle back to the agent for a response after that. Oh, we don't have anybody else. Okay, this makes it a little easier. All right. So, I guess we can address this now then. So, yeah, perhaps you can give just a little bit of sir, is there any way to sort of mitigate the impact on the tree that forestry brought up with respect to the basement walkout?
Yes, like I mentioned earlier, I can reduce the size of the basement walkout, but at this time, forestry has not made available a certain distance away for it of how much. So that's why I'm proposing that at the time of receiving a clearance letter from forestry, we will actually do what's necessary in order to receive that clearance letter. Whether they want us to push the walkout 3 meters away from the tree, then we will have to do that. So I'm open to that.
Okay. I do see that they
Yeah.
have prescribed a tree protection zone, a radius on there as part of their report, but, okay.
I mean, I can comply with the radius that the forestry is asking of 2.4 meters. So we
Right.
could probably, yeah.
Well, you know, I think that's my hang up, frankly. So there's, yeah.
I
Okay.
mean,
So, if there's no other questions, maybe we can move into committee?
sure.
Yes? Okay. All right, let's move into committee. So,
I don't have any concerns other than that. Now that you've brought that forestry condition to my attention, that's the only concern I have. So I'm wondering if we can make the application approval conditional somehow as amended.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the forestry memo provides a condition. Should you approve it?
yeah.
So condition 2 presumably would satisfy that? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
I'm not going to comment whether it satisfies this concern, but their memo has stated if you choose to approve it, yeah.
Yeah. I guess my concern is that forestry may or may not act on that, and I think I would like to see that as a condition of the approval to ensure there is some sort of mitigating effort to mitigate injury to that tree. So the question is then how do you impose?
Well, I think you can tie that, memo from forestry to to the conditions, right? And if they, I mean, I think the idea is that forestry needs to approve where it has to go outside the tree protection zone. Any materials will have to be outside that tree protection zone. So.
I think it's not just material.
Wall, any shoring.
Structure.
Any structure. Yeah.
So you would have to word it that way, I think, beyond the condition to say that the basement walkout has to be in compliance or outside of the tree protection zone?
Well, the thing is, we're not foresters, so we can't speak for them on exactly how far they have to be away from the trees.
We may have to leave it to forestry to make that call, but I don't know if forestry staff are listening, but we hear their concern, and if they have some concern about this maple tree, then they have that condition in there.
What about what Ms. Cassie explained? I know we are not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm hesitant to provide a condition that obligates forestry to clear a condition that they did not impose. So we really should not be imposing conditions where a division has to clear it if it was not their condition.
The problem is the tree protection zone is not shown on the site plan, right?
It's not scaled off in any way.
So that would be a problem. So
I-
I think we're left with implementing the forestry condition number 2.
Yep.
I'm happy to move a motion to approve the application as amended, as per the planning staff report. Sorry, 1 sec here. I have my page in front of me. From May 27th, 2024.
29, I think. Oh, no, 27, sorry. No.
That variance number 1 for the proposed projection of the rear yard platform from the rear wall from 3.66 to 3.1 meters. Yes, oh yes, and that the height off the ground is, that number I don't have.
1.43.
Thank you, 1.43. That variance 6 for the proposed height of the first floor above established grade from 1.68 meters to 1.53 meters. And variance 7 for the proposed height of main walls from 8.39 to 8.24 meters. Subject to, also to condition, forestry condition number 2.
Do I have a seconder?
Sorry, and transportation.
And transportation. Do I have a seconder? Yeah, Mr. Fazeli, second. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Motion carries. The application is approved as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're just going to move on to number 19. I'm still waiting for a return call for 17.
Thank you. Item number 19, 119 Stibbard Avenue. The purpose of the application is to allow an existing deck to remain. We've got 3 variances, one for rear deck projection, one for east side yard setback, and another for west side yard setback. And on file, I have material from the applicant. We have the applicant with us.
I don't believe the agent is present for this one either, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. We get to our next file. Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I believe we have someone to speak to item number 17, if we
Okay.
can go back to that item.
Okay, and you see if I presume we're held up with the agent or applicant from 19? Okay, so let's move back to 17. I apologize for the confusion of those following, but we're going back to item number 17. Subject address is number 321 Patricia Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a rear one-story addition to the existing dwelling. I've noted the 4 variances, as well as the material on file, including a late staff report from planning.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have Jonathan Minkowski for item number 17, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Mr. Binkowski. All right.
Mr. Chair, hi, committee. My apologies. I was having all kinds of issues.
It's okay. We got one of those days ourselves here. So, all right. So, you're the agent for item number 17, 321 Patricia Avenue,
Correct.
and your address again for us, sir.
Yes, 301 Kewanton Avenue.
Okay, very good. My understanding is that we do have a staff report from planning on this, and I believe they are recommending refusal. So I'm going to ask for a brief presentation, perhaps ask you specifically to speak to those recommendations from staff.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chair. I did have a fair amount of dialogue with staff regarding the proposal. If we could just bring up the site plan, please. So I went back and forth with planning, and we actually had fairly constructive kind of dialogue, we just weren't able to come to a kind of a built form that would be acceptable to planning, as well as acceptable to my client, but also in terms of the dwelling itself and how it should be used. If we could bring up the site plan, we will see from the site plan that the actual adjacent dwelling at 321 does extend deeper than what is being proposed here. And I would also note, Mr. Chair, that this is a one-story addition. This is just a one-story kind of open sunroom located at the rear of a dwelling that is currently under construction. So that increase in length, as well as that increase in coverage, as it relates to the adjacent property to the east, which is an original house. This is an area that is undergoing considerable kind of reinvestment. It is an original house to the east, which already does have the impact of the permitted dwelling on it today. In my opinion, the one-story extension, which again, if we look at the site plan to that property to the west, actually doesn't extend as far. And again, with it only being a one-story extension, I believe that impact from it really is mitigated to the eastern neighbor, again, by it just being one story. In terms of the coverage, that's also kind of directly related just to this one-story portion. This part of North York kind of has that kind of moratorium on anything over 32%. But again, when I take into account the ample rear yard setback that is proposed, even with the extension as being 12.61 meters, it's my belief that this can accommodate that additional story and still not have any impact on that adjacent neighbor, as well as any amenity space in the rear yard. I think also the lack of any type of communication from either adjacent neighbor on the east or the west also maybe speaks to the lack of an impact of, again, just a one-story extension. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you. Any questions at this time? Okay. I'm just going to check with staff. We don't have any other speakers on this? Okay, very good. Okay. Okay, seeing as that there's no questions, let's move into committee.
I just want to ask everybody's opinion. I mean, there's very large second-story deck on top of the one-story.
Oh, my apology, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. I hate to cut people off, but I have to respect our procedure when we're in committee. Within the system, within the mic for everybody here. I did share some concern with respect to overlook of that second story, and I wonder if that could be mitigated through some form of privacy screen. But in these cases, given the extent of the balcony, perhaps, and I hate to move aside of committee, but perhaps that's something we can ask the applicant. Is that, yeah?
Comment on?
Okay.
Well,
I
mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, well, no, from the initial application, no. Okay, so we're going to move out of committee. I'd like to get the agent back, and I'd like to specifically ask him about some of the privacy concerns that were brought up by another member.
Yeah, my apologies, committee. I clearly know the rules, but in my haste of being late and not being able to get in, I did forget to mention that in my conversations with planning, we did agree to a reduction of 5 square meters. That was a part of our discussion. So again, in my rush of trying to get in here,
No,
part of
fair
our
enough.
discussions.
I'm glad we got that clarification. So, sir,
Yes.
I believe then, are you saying that you would like to modify variance number 4 then?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, to be 5 square meters.
To be 5 square meters, okay.
Yes, again, my apologies.
Oh, I think that addresses your concern.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that was a good reason to. 5 square meters? They reduced it to 5 square 5 square meters, yeah. In which case, yeah. So they're over by a square meter. Okay. Does that addresses your question? Okay. So, and thank you, Mr. Benkowski, for that clarification. That's a good modification to address our members' concern about on-look and privacy. Okay, so let's move back into committee, and hopefully we can have a motion.
Just to clarify this one, so the variance number 4, they modified it to 5 square meters, right?
Square meters,
That
yeah.
doesn't trigger variance number 1, or just want to check with you guys on this? The lot coverage, that's not going to affect it, right?
No, because
Okay.
it's just I guess where they're placing the guard up there to delineate what the actual habitable space is on the second story. Okay, motion? We got one? Ms. Martin?
Oh,
Okay, I propose a motion to approve this application with the amended size of second floor deck from 18.3 meters squared to 5 meters squared.
I believe it's 18.56 on the public notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at the drawing, the plan.
Okay.
So 18.56 meters squared to 5 meters squared, with no other conditions, I don't believe.
could I just add a slight amendment to that to say that that it be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan, and that building length and depth, and only for a 1-story addition.
Yeah,
Great, thank you.
thank you. And you'll second that. Okay, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The motion carries. Application as amended is approved. Thank you, everybody. All right, moving on to our next item. Now, we're on number 19. 119 Stibbard Avenue.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I apologize. There was a bit of a confusion, but I'm here. My name is Puyan, and I'm presenting my client for 119 Stibbard Avenue.
Okay, very good. Just give me a moment. So for this particular address, the purpose of the application is to allow the existing deck to remain. We've got 3 variances before us, including a rear deck projection, as well as an east and west side yard setback. And on file, we've got our materials from the applicant. Did you gave us your address?
Yes, sir. 119 Stibbard Avenue.
Yes. Okay, very good. Okay. Just give us a moment here. I don't see any other speakers to this item. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they need to hear a full presentation. Okay, it doesn't appear we need a presentation from you. So if there's nothing else you'd like to add, we are prepared to move into committee for a decision.
No, I appreciate your time, and I hope we get the approval. Thank you.
Okay. None. I know you were going to ask about the screening. Yeah, you made a motion? Sure.
Mr. Chair, I think this application is really minor. I think that it meets the tests, and I know it's existing. We're being asked to regularize it. But I think it is minor, and seeing as there's no objection from anyone else, I would like to move a motion to approve with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, second by Ms. Martin. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Motion passes. Application is approved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Of course. Okay. Yes. Yeah, we've dealt with item number 20. So we're moving on to item number 21, 178 Joicy Boulevard. Purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We've got 3 variances before us: west side yard setback, building length, and lot coverage. On file, I have material from the applicant. We have the applicant with us. Hello. Hello?
Mr. Chair, I believe the applicant for this application is Shenshu Zhan.
Are they with us?
Yes. Oh, I'm here.
Welcome.
Oh, hi.
And you can hear us okay. Your address,
Oh, hi.
and your name.
Yeah, my address is 98 Scarsdale Road, North York.
And your name, sir.
My name is Shenshu Zhan, architect, representing the owner.
Okay, welcome. I see that we also have some neighbors here to speak on this. So I'm going to ask you for a brief presentation for us.
Yeah, I can quickly do a presentation. It is proposed to replace the existing building with a new detached single-family house. And we have applied for 6 variants, but we will make the changes. So the variance 1 is about the east side yard setback. The required setback is 1.8 meters. The proposed is 1.63 meters. And the second one is west side yard setback, the same. The required setback 1.8. The proposed is 1.63 meters. So the variance number 3.
Let's just back up there. Hold on. So can we? You've crossed referenced here. Believe you might be working off an examiner's zoning notice. Let's go off the public notice. So we're all working off the same document. Can you just rewind, backtrack for us, and just clarify? Are you making any modifications to the 3 variances that are before us? You are. Okay. Let's.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just for some clarity, he is referring to 178 Joicy Boulevard, correct?
Yes.
I would like.
Could you clarify the subject address?
Oh no, I was the 6th Warren Court.
Yes, this is why I'm asking, Mr. Chair, because he's also in our documentation for the next.
Okay.
So I believe there's an administrative error.
No problem.
So we got to figure out who the actual.
And thank you for catching that. Okay, so.
That's okay. My number is 22. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Just give us a moment, just so we can ensure that we get us back on the right track.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I believe it's Giorgio Lolos is the applicant for this.
For Joicy?
I believe so, yep.
Okay. Do we have that agent with us?
I believe he's unmuted now, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and members of committee.
Good afternoon. Your name and address?
Yeah. Giorgio Lolos, 220 Duncan Mills Road.
And you are here on behalf of which address?
178 Joicy Boulevard.
Thank you. Okay, just confirming. Okay, so
Yes.
I am going to ask for a presentation on this one. It looks, and I maybe just confirm with staff. Do we have any other speakers on Joicy?
Mr. Chair, I believe there's a speaker from 180 and 176.
Okay, so that is correct. All right. So sir, I'm gonna ask for a brief presentation from you. We'll get the clock up.
Am I ready, sir?
You're ready to go.
Good afternoon, committee. We have three variances in front of us. Understanding and recognize, I'll define the variances accordingly. Given our lot width, which is at 9.14 meters, it's really sort of tasks trying to work with the interior composition and performance of the home. So one of our main primary variances is asking for a 1 foot side yard setback along the west side of the property. Not unlikely. I mean, presented properties like this or proposals like this in the past, and it's given the characteristics of the neighborhood. It's not that it's not recognized. It's definitely sort of under the previous sort of conditions that we sort of have established or recognized given the size of the lot. Variances 2 and 3 are understandably so that really they both sort of are compounded by the rear yard covered loggia. Like for example, variance number 2, which dictates the building depth. Our actual building depth itself is 17.9, but with the overall building depth, we're only asking for 0.98. My apologize. The covered loggia had nothing to do with that. So our overall building depth is 17.98. We're asking for 3 feet in extension. And again, given the size of the property and the depth of the property, we feel that the 3 feet 2 inches can definitely, the property itself can entertain something such a additional sort of variance request. The coverage, number 3, the lot coverage requirements, we're asking for 39.94. The home itself is actually, if you look at the site plan, the home itself, the dwelling itself does comply with the coverage of 35. We're actually at 34.4. The additional percentage, taking up to 35%, is actually taken up into consideration with a rear yard covered loggia. So it's not really habitable space. It's a covered area in the back, which all of a sudden, with a roof on it, it's under coverage situations. That's it, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay. Can we get our next speaker? Hello?
Hi there, Jack Patan, 180 Joicy.
Thank you. You are the neighbor, the immediate neighbor?
Immediately neighbor directly to the west.
Okay, we've got the 5 minutes up, 5 minute clock up, and the floor is yours, sir.
Great. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you guys. I know it's been a long day for everyone. Also, really, I want to acknowledge just the respect, admiration, and care that I had for the previous owner, Chris Cannon, owned the property for many years. Phenomenal neighbor and friend, very passionate about the community and about our neighborhood. We spent countless hours discussing the evolution of the neighborhood. He had pretty emboldened views about neighborly courtesy and development in the area, and he'd seen pretty much all of it. I first spoke with him about his property just before I made an offer on my home. We actually, did notice that the homes were closer than they would have been quite a number of years ago. He was not at all an opponent to progress, but did feel strongly about respecting regulations and respecting neighbors. He had actually opposed the variance application on my property that the developer had then proposed, moving outside of the regulations, and I actually agreed with his approach, even though I was a future owner. Look, I want to see progress in my neighborhood, welcome the building of new homes that improve the fabric of the neighborhood. My position to the application right now is solely to the side yard setback on a number of grounds. Nobody's explained why it's required. The majority of the homes in the area, including my own, abide by setbacks, and you can build very nice, large enough homes on those lots. Having 0.3 meters extra in a home that's 25 feet across is less than a 5% change. But 0.6 meters relative to a 0.9 meter setback is a 50% change. I reached out to the agent, but have not received any return calls. Would have expected some form of collaboration or even consultation, but that was not afforded to me. I haven't seen any support for how the proposed variance would impact things like shading and shadows, sound, groundwater, anything at all to that matter. If a study is available and I haven't seen it, I would love to be able to review it. But especially home that'll be significantly higher and deeper than what exists today. I would expect that there would be impacts. I can't change the existing bylaws, but I can certainly question why they need to be moved outside of what has been afforded by the city. Similarly, don't really know what to expect with regards to things like drainage. So when I think about the four things that you guys need to consider. Is a variance minor? I think in absolute terms, I think someone can make that case. But in relative terms, relative to the setbacks on very, very narrow setbacks as they were set in our area, asking for something that's greater than 33% does not seem at all minor to me. Is it desirable? I think if anything, it might only be desirable for a developer. It's certainly not desirable for any neighborhoods, nor can I see how it is in the public interest. Furthermore, the lack of engagement with affected parties and the lack of impact studies don't really support that variance. I don't believe that it is in line with the intent of either the bylaw or the official plan. To my knowledge, no evidence has been provided as to how those variants would impact any of the things that come into play with regards to how the bylaws or the plans would be set. And so with that, I rest the remaining period for you guys to consider or for the agent to respond to any of the things that I have raised. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? Okay, we have another speaker. Yep. Okay. I believe we're speaking with the other neighbor on the opposite side at 176. Hello.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've unmuted Danny.
Danny, are you with us? You're unmuted. Hello? The online stuff is the pauses before each. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. 54. Yeah, one more after that.
Danny, if you can hear us, we've unmuted you. You don't need to mute and unmute yourself. Staff will do that. Just authorize your microphone. Okay, Danny, you're on speakerphone.
Okay, I'm just going to cancel it on. Okay, I just wanted to, sorry, I couldn't get my, I was unmuted, but for some reason you couldn't hear me, but I'm glad I called.
Very good. Your name and address?
It is Danny Mitanides, 176 Joicy on the east side of 178.
Okay, thank you. And you've got some concerns with the subject application, sir?
Yeah, and just to give a little bit of background further to what Jack had mentioned on 180 Joicy, I've been at 176 for 15 years and knew Chris Cannon very well. A very strong relationship, being next door neighbors. Probably swam in his pool 30 or 40 times, maybe 50 times. And you know, when we did talk a little bit about the history of the neighborhood, and he goes back. I think since he was a kid, he's been in that house, so he goes back quite a long time that he was there. And he was, you know, going back to the start of the evolution of the neighborhood, he was pretty much against any kind of development, including the development of my property and 180 Joicy as well. In fact, we pushed back against 180 Joicy and the extensions and variances they were pushing for with himself, myself, and 3 other neighbors. And we were successful with them kind of limiting what they wanted to do. I don't have any specific concerns with, you know, getting as much as they can so they can sell the house for maximum value, but I think they should be respectful of what is allowed in the neighborhood as others have been and as we've pushed for in the past. My specific concerns are related to my property, and I itemized them in a report to the committee. Number one is the backyard fence of 178 Joicy encroaches on my property by about a foot. You know, we allowed that with Chris because we had a good relationship, but he knew that once he passed or, you know, sold the house, that we'd be looking for a change. And I think the builder has acknowledged that he knows it encroaches on our property and he's going to make the appropriate adjustment. So the new fence does not. That might cause a problem with the existing in-ground pool, making it not by code. I know Chris Cannon had a concern about that. There's a gate closing off the laneway between 178 and 176 Joicy. I think that's going to be removed, but we'd like that removed because it's on our property. And part of the driveway of 178 Joicy is 3 or 4 inches on our property. So his driveway extends onto our property. And we want to make sure that is remedied when the new property is built. There are survey spikes in the ground which show exactly where our property line is, and 178 encroaches on that on all respects: the backyard fence, the gate blocking the driveway, and the actual driveway.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, I'm going to turn it back to the applicant now for a response.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir. Through you, Mr. Chairman, in relation to both neighbors' comments, in relation to 180 Joicy, the neighbor to the immediate west. Understandably, and so I do recognize that the previous homeowner that has now passed is no longer with us, and you know, with all the respect, the home was actually transferred over to his children. So his children have the home now. Therefore, so it's, I believe, it's still staying in the family. But again, who knows what tomorrow brings. And I have to apologize to both neighbors because I specifically asked one of the daughters' son-in-law, Peter Pamitas, to stop by and do engage with the neighbors, advise them, but apparently it didn't happen. So I profusely apologize for that but I made sure I made it very clear. And he's going to hear from this from me again. But that's outside of what their concerns are. I understand and recognize clients' concerns. I've been dealing with clients at committee for over 35 years, and one thing I have learned: respect the neighbors' concerns, recognize the agenda, but also in all fairness, we have to understand and recognize that. I mean, if you look at the consistency of Joicy, it's almost in line with what we're doing. For example, with all the respect to Jack and 180, one of his side yard setback is the west side yard setback is 0.66. So I am 3 3/4 inches less than he is in a sense. So his west side yard setback is 0.66. The other one is 1.9. Basically speaking, I would imagine because along that east side of butting up against, he has windows that by building code requirements requires 1.2 meters. I understand that. That's why we have our indentation of 1.2 meter clearance on the east side between 176 and ours. I do recognize this policy. I also recognize that his home, yes, we're asking for 3 meters greater, but if you look at the apex of the road and his property, his front yard setback is greater than ours. So given if these two buildings were aligned, our building depth will almost be identical. So recognize that because I'm in a certain apex of the road, my front yard setback, maintaining the front yard street safe setback, asking for that 3 meters to 3 meter addition, 0.9 meter addition, building depth, it does concern a bit of concern. But again, it's not uncommon for the area to do things like this. Shadow studies, great question. But with all due respect, our front yard is facing south, so anything that I do, anything that I construct is going to create shadowing on all areas from the morning to nighttime. We're not asking for any building heights. That's definitely sure, because we made sure that we're only asking for variances that we feel are in keeping with the neighborhood characteristics and streetscape. So again, I mean, we did a lot of work to minimize the amount of variance that we were originally asking for. We went back to zoning review twice. We minimized to the bare minimum that we can, and we presented this as we are here today. The neighbor to the east, 176. New home, new construction. I'm almost certain that the new fence lines will be delegated to the lot lines accordingly. That's why we have an updated survey to understand pins and recognize points, to understand and recognize where we're going to place our lot lines, our fence line lines accordingly. Now, again, sometimes it gets a confrontational because if you look at it in the lot line, then it's neighbors share cost half and half. Sometimes neighbors don't want to get involved, so we pull them on the inside of our lot lines. That's usually gets delegated as we move forward down the road. It's not really sort of a committee decision along the way. Driveway locations, if you can actually look at our site plan, our driveway does not impede over our lot line. It's just a city boulevard. It's actually probably, I'd say, about a foot away from his curb cut or greater. And we're using the same curb cut as we have originally in place. So where they are is what we're trying to maintain consistency of the neighborhood and so forth. So again, I feel our three variances are well within keeping other demographics and streetscape values along Joicy Boulevard.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing as there's no questions, let's take this into committee. Staff, is there any way we can mute the... Sorry. Thanks, Sam. Great. Okay. We're in committee now.
I'll start. Excuse me, I'll start. I think this application for the most part is pretty minor, consistent with the character of the neighborhood. I still have a slight concern with that west setback, side yard setback of 0.6, because I think 0.9 is pretty low. And so to go even lower, I do have a concern with that. I don't know how other people feel.
I did notice that on the adjacent neighbor, it's a new build and they do have 0.6 on the survey. My thought with this one is that, and you see this a lot of times where you have a certain required setback on both sides. And I find what I'm seeing actually is a lot of applications where they will provide the necessary side yard setback on one side. That's often the side where they'll put some windows, secondary windows on the house. But then on the opposite side, they'll push all the way to the 0.6 meters. And if you actually, funny, you look at both neighbors, you look on the one wall that has the 0.6 meter setback, it's blank. They knew what they were doing in terms of the condition, but you look at the adjacent neighbor that had some concern with respect to their setback, they do have a wider setback. I think it's 0.9 on the survey. I think I noted 1.19. And they do have some windows on there, but I think I think it's pretty common to take those liberties on at least one side where it's kind of offered on the other. I think that's, but I mean, it's kind of hard with the neighbor directly adjacent. They've got the exact setback on the opposite side, and it's not like they're asking for the variance is only on the one side. They're not asking on both. And to an extent, you know, I think it requires a little bit of a little give and take. You know, where one neighbor can offer a little more setback on one side, maybe that the adjacent neighbor provides a little bit less. But then on the opposite side, it's that neighbor that provided a little bit less that they may give a little bit more relief to that next neighbor. Right? I know that's certainly how the block pattern in my neighborhood works. We've got a lot of 0 meter setbacks, but then we've got generous setbacks on the opposite side to afford to the next over. So there's a bit of a, you have to look at it in terms of like the kind of broader context in terms of what's going on. That's my thought on that side yard setback. I did have a slight concern with the building length. Slight concern. It's you know, quantitatively it's not a big number, but you do look at the rear main wall of some of the adjacent properties, and it is pushing back just a little bit. But to the extent that I think it wouldn't meet the 4 tests. I don't know that it quite.
I also, yeah,
gets to that.
The building length is related to the walkout, the deck, the excavated deck, I guess.
Yeah.
So again, I would put forward a motion that would tie it to that being remaining unenclosed, that walkout, that covered back deck or patio, whatever it's called, walkout patio, I think, to remain unenclosed, and possibly tie it to the site plan. Substantially in accordance with the site plan would give me some comfort on building length.
Yeah. I would support that. Yeah. Okay. It looks like we have a motion. Ready? I think so.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion on this application. I think that the requested variances are relatively minor. I hear the neighbors' concerns. I think that your comments about the side yards are valid, and the applicant is complying on the one side. So the concern about building length, I think, could be mitigated by the motion to approve the application subject to the building length being developed in accordance with the, substantially in accordance with the site plan, and that the walkout patio remain unenclosed. Sorry, the rear outdoor patio remain unenclosed. Do we need privacy screening? That was my only other question on that deck.
What's the height of it? Do we have a height on that?
1 sec.
I don't. But
5 feet?
It's about 5 feet.
Thoughts? Looks like.
It's about 5 feet up there. I'm okay with the height. I think it's pretty grounded. It's close enough, and I also acknowledge that sometimes the privacy screening does more harm than good.
Right. Okay. No privacy screening. We okay with that, staff?
You got that?
The motion, not the privacy screening. I'm not
Yeah,
asking
so far,
your opinion.
yeah, so your motion is to approve it, subject to the building length being substantially in accordance with the site plan, and that the rear walkout patio remain unenclosed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Okay, second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. The motion carries. Application as amended with condition is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Staff and everybody here, we have one more item, and then I'm going to allow a break for us, a relief break, and we will pick up that last block for the 4 p.m. session. Okay, item number 22, 6 Waring Court.
Oh, hi, I'm Shen Shu. Yeah.
Welcome. Just
The
give us a
applicant.
moment. This is an application to construct a new dwelling. We've got variances for east and west side yard setback, lot coverage, building length, building depth, and encroachment into a side yard setback for a chimney. On file, I have material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and a staff report from planning. Great to see that we have the agent online with us. Can you please state your name and address, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the committee members. My name is Shen Shu Zhang, architect, representing the owner. So after talking to the staff, we are going to make a big change to the the variance. So the variance number 1 is for east side yard setback. The required setback is 1.8 meters. We proposed 1.63 meters. And for the west, number 2 is the west side yard setback. The same, the required setback is 1.8 meters. We proposed 1.63 meters. So the both side yard setback actually is slightly larger than the neighbors. And then number 3, the permitted coverage is 30%. We propose the coverage now is reduced to 31.9%. And then the number 4, 5, 6 all are deleted because we changed the rear yard, the room underneath of the deck. So we delete number 4, number 5, and number 6.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, number 3, the change there is from 44.92% to a lot coverage of 31.9%. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you for that. We don't have any other speakers on this. I'm going to ask whether or not we require a full presentation or there's any questions.
Yeah, I'm ready to answer any question.
They've eliminated.
Sorry,
4,
Mr.
5,
Chair, can I just clarify, he's eliminated 4, 5, and 6?
Yes, they've eliminated 4,
Yes.
5, and 6.
And coverage was reduced, variance 3 to 31.9.
Correct, and 1 and 2
Correct.
remains the same.
Thank you.
One and 2 have, I believe they've not changed.
Right. The number 1 and 2 remain as originally applied.
1.63 is in the notice.
Yeah.
Sorry, to the applicant, can you clarify whether there's any change to the first variance?
No, we don't have change to variance number 1 and 2.
Oh, no change, and no change to number 2. So both setbacks on either side are 1.63. Okay, glad we got that
Correct.
clarified. Okay. Any questions? Okay. Sir, let's pull up the forestry memo. Sir, there's a forestry memo. I just want... Okay. Just the matrix. Yeah, I see... we've got urban forestry condition number 3. Sir, you're aware of that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's, yeah, I see the reviewed the staff report,
Okay, very good.
and then they also suggest to modify the variance number 3 to 31.9%.
Yes, we got that. Okay, looks like we're ready to move into committee now at this time. Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I like to forward the motion to approve the application as amended. So variance number 1 and 2 remains the same. Variance number 3 changes to 31.9, and variance number 4, 5, and 6 are eliminated, and with the condition of forestry number 3. I think the applicant with such changes satisfies the 4 tests. That is my motion.
Okay. A seconder? Okay, second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. Motion carries. The application as amended is approved. Okay, let's take...
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take a brief 15-minute relief break. I thank everybody for their patience today. I will do my best to try to expedite this as much as possible. I know we have some people in person waiting and some people online. So we will resume at, where are we, 5:42? 5:57. Okay, and every minute counts at this point. Okay, we'll see everybody in 15. Thank you. And we're back. Okay, we are just starting our 4 p.m. session right now. I apologize for those waiting. We had a number of power outages today, which has given us a little bit of a delay. I will do my best to try to move things along as quickly as I can, try to make up some time here. So for the afternoon session, I'd like to ask, are there any conflicts of interest or declarations of interest that I should know about? I believe Ms. Martin, you had one.
Yes, I have an item, a conflict with item 31.
Okay, and the reason of your conflict?
I know people that live on the street, and I used to live there myself.
Okay, very good. So when we get to that item, we'll ask you to step out, and then we'll call you back for the next item. All right. No other housekeeping business to do. We will start with our deferrals. So, Mr. Secretary Treasurer, do we have any deferral requests?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have one at the 4 p.m. It is number 2460 GLENFOREST.
Okay, thank you. Let's get the agent. 60 Glenforest Road. This application is a proposal to construct a new detached dwelling. We've got variances for front yard setback, east side yard setback for a rear deck, east side yard setback for a front porch, rear deck projection, east side yard setback, side exterior main wall height, and FSI. On file, I have materials from the applicant, a memo from Urban Forestry, form letters of support from 54 and 56 Glenforest Road, as well as a staff report from planning, and a late memo from Urban Forestry. Okay, we've got the agent with us. Mr. Laszlo?
Good evening, I'm Drew Laszlo, agent. Yes, good evening, I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. My address is 193 Row Avenue.
Welcome back, Mr. Laszlo. You are requesting a deferral.
Correct.
Sir, and the reason for your request?
Unfortunately, the zoning examiner missed. We know there's at least one, but it's most likely two variances.
Okay, very good. I don't see any other speakers on this, so let's move into committee. Have a motion for deferral? Yes, Ms. Martin.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to defer item 2460 Glenforest Road. The zoning examiner has missed a couple of variances.
Okay, so motion by Ms. Martin to enable the applicant to correct or to add in the missing variances that were missed.
Correct.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, second by Ms. Casson, all in favor? Okay, unanimous, motion carries. The deferral request is approved. Okay, we have any other deferral requests?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So it looks like we can jump on to item number 23. 374 Elm Road. This is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. It requires variances for a south side yard setback, FSI, eave projection, platform encroachment into a front and or side yard setback, as well as canopy encroachment into a side yard setback. On file, I have material from the applicant and a memo from Urban Forestry. Okay, we have the agent with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Your name and address?
My name is Shadi Orani from 685 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay, thank you. Just give us a moment here. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they require a full presentation on this item. Just give us a moment. We're just pulling up our files here. Perhaps a brief,
Sure.
just give us one moment. So I just, members, am I right? Okay, yeah, maybe a few words. And if we have any questions, we'll put them out there for you.
Okay, for sure. So I've uploaded the presentation material. If you don't mind, if you can put that on the screen, and I'll be very quick. It's basically the approved FSIs in the neighborhood, and you can see that 88, 89% FSI has multiple times been approved in the neighborhood. So it shows the size of the houses within the character of the new builds in the neighborhood. That includes the immediate next door neighbor on the north side. If you go to the next slide, please. This basically shows the extent of the side yard setback. We are requesting 0.76, where the bylaw allows 0.9. And we discussed this in length with the neighbor on the south, just to make sure that they're in support of the application and they have no problem with it. If you go to the next slide, please. So this slide, together with the next slide, it shows the encroachment to the side yard for the front porch, as well as the canopy above it. And the only reason for doing that was to allow enough space on the south side for the driveway and for the car. So, and we wanted to have the basically porch and canopy in line with the setback of 0.45 of the building, which is according to the bylaw. Next slide, please. Lastly, it's the projection of the eaves. We minimized basically the projection to 10 inches as opposed to the typical 1 foot 6 inches, just to make sure that it's as small as possible. And you see that in most of the approvals in this neighborhood, just because the side setback of 0.45 is allowable. So it's in most cases, it triggers this variance, which is the eaves projection. We reached out to all the neighbors, left them letters if we couldn't talk to them in person, just to make sure that no one has any concerns. So we didn't receive any objections. We communicated with planning staff. They were in support of the application. I tried to be as brief as possible. I would be happy to answer any questions.
No, it's your presentation was very thorough, and I thank you for that. And I also thank you for the planning rationale that you provided concerning the variances. Assisted us in understanding what's being asked for today. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, we have no questions, and seeing as that there are no other speakers on this item, I believe we can move into committee at this time. Yes, Ms. Casson.
Mr. Chair, I think this application is very minor. I think it meets the 4 tests. It's very consistent with the character in the neighborhood, typical of the new builds in the area. And I would like to move a motion for approval, subject to forestry condition number 3.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion passes. The application is approved with urban forestry number 3 as a condition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, item number 24, 60 Glen Forest Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling. We've got variances for front yard setback, east side yard setback for a rear deck, east side yard. We deferred. Yes, we just did this. I apologize. All right. Item number 24 is deferred. Please disregard that. Let's move on. We are on to item number 25. 164 Bedford Park Avenue. 160, yes, thank you for that. All right. Item number 25, 168 Bedford Park Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling and a laneway suite. We've got variances for east and west side yard setbacks, for a platform, front yard setback, east and west side yard setbacks, FSI, side exterior main wall height, and 2 variances related to rear soft yard landscaping. On file, I have material from the applicant, letter of objection from 241 Cambourne Avenue, form letters of support from 166, 170, 172, 177, and 180 Bedford Park Avenue, as well as a memo from Urban Forestry. we got the applicant with us.
Hello, good evening, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owner and the designer of the property. We are at 537 Rogers Road. And as you pointed out, we're proposing a fully detached dwelling and also a garden suite at the rear. And our variances are minor in nature. We looked at the houses in the neighborhood and we try to match the overall scope of variances that they got approved. If you put up the pictures of the houses in the area, I took some pictures of houses similar to what we put up, what we're asking for. And the side yard setbacks are common in the area. The neighbor at the 164 got approved at 0.16 and 0.8 on the other side. And 166 got approved at 0.32. So it's consistent. If you see, those are all similar. Side yard setbacks are all within that range because the lots are so narrow, and the look of the house is similar to these ones as well. So we feel what we're presenting before you meets the 4 tests, and it's in character of the area. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions at this time. Can we get our next speaker? Eddie Perez, is that? Ah, okay. He is the agent. Okay, all right. And I presume the other person listed is not speaking. Ned. Okay. All right, so seeing as we have only one speaker and no questions, we looks like we can move into committee. But before we do, I'll ask again if there's any clarifying questions from our members.
I just have one question, a clarification.
Yes.
Is the proposed laneway suite what was originally the garage on the property, or is that brand new?
It's proposed to be brand new.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one quick question, just clarification about variance number 7 for soft landscaping. Can the applicant just give more information on this?
Yeah, because due to the garden suite and our client would like a deck to have a table on and sit in the summer and enjoy their summer. If there's anything we can do with that area where the walkway is, we can put permeable pavers. If that helps, we're willing to do that. Thank you very much.
I think sounds fine.
We have another question for you,
Sorry,
sir.
one more question
Yes.
regarding the laneway suite. I didn't see a bedroom in it.
Yeah, there's only one in the landscape, and it's number 8 on your agenda, on the notice sent out. Huh?
Can the staff?
Sorry, I'm looking at the floor plans. So the ground floor is a garage, it looks like. And then the second floor.
Sorry, it's a bachelor suite. Huh?
Oh, so it's all living, kitchen, bedroom area.
Yeah, correct. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, fair. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's move into committee. Hopefully have a motion.
I have a bit of a concern with the percentage soft landscaping. And So if the applicant is willing to go with permeable pavers, I would like to see that happen.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. He did mention, yeah, he mentioned that. I agree. I think given the quantitative difference there and the variance, I think that would help to offset the impact from the reduction there.
Right.
On the walkway, yeah. I mean, you know, part of the reason too is because they're putting that deck back there, which I don't, so I think that's a good, I think that's a good offering to substitute the hardscaping that's a result of that deck space. I find that the deck is reasonable in size, but it does still present an issue with respect to that soft landscaping variance.
So that could go with, is it just the rear yard soft landscaping, or is it, I'd have to look that up.
Just the rear yard.
It's just the rear yard, yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
It's a, yeah. Great. Anybody? Motion.
I'm not sure these are minor in nature, a lot of these. So, I don't know, what does everybody else think?
The one that stuck out for me was the rear yard soft landscaping. My concern was mitigated through the introduction of the permeable pavers. I don't see anything at the backyard. You know, there's a lot of time, there's a desire for a lot of hardscaping. I think in this case, you've got a deck, you've got a good amount of green space to separation distance between that deck and the garden suite, and you've got a walkway connecting.
Yeah, there's no variance for length of building, is there? No. So,
I would just also add that these lots are pretty narrow, so they're always challenging to fit everything in. Add on a laneway suite, and it's even tighter, right?
Yeah.
okay.
With respect to the garden suite too, I will say I do appreciate the use of the incorporation of angular planes, and I do appreciate with the dwelling, I do see that there is a generous step back as well, as you see on the back on every story. So I think that in terms of the impact and the transition as it relates to that garden suite is mitigated as well by the fact that you don't have a 3-story rear main wall, right? So there's a little bit more of a separation distance. And same also with the, again, with the respect to the front of the dwelling is it's mitigated with a mansard type roof and a dormer. So it helps to assuage some of the concerns that I did have with respect to the variances, but no issues or concerns on my end, if that helps.
I can put forward a motion then to approve this application with, now do I put in the amendment to ensure the walkway is made out of permeable pavers?
Yes, we can
Okay.
include that. And I also see urban forestry number 3.
And urban forestry conditions that are met. Yeah.
Okay.
Subject. Okay.
Very good. And I have a second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion passes. Application is approved.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, item number 26, 91 Alexis Boulevard. purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage, pool, and rear accessory structure. We've got variances for building length, depth, lot coverage, east and west side yard main wall height, and front yard landscaping. On file, I have material from the applicant. Do we have the agent or applicant with us?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll note it's Clay, and also it shows that he'll be the only one speaking to this application.
Of course. Just to clarify, we only have one speaker on this item, right?
That's correct.
Very good. Okay, let's get him. Let's get him on.
Hi, members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Hello.
Hi there. Sorry. My name is Clay Jansen. I'm a planning consultant. My address is 2098 Avenue Road, North York, M5M4A9.
Okay, thanks. We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. If you can just speak a little closer to the mic and slow down for us.
For now?
Say again?
Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we've got your name and
Okay.
address.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Just give us a moment. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether they require a full presentation on this item. Yeah. Would you guys like to hear a presentation? Or presentation? Brief presentation would be helpful. We get to clock up on the board.
Wow. Of course. I'll ask I'd please ask staff to put the presentation on the screen for me. Before I begin, I will commend everyone's patience today. It looks like it's been a long day for everybody.
Yes, it has.
Second to that, I will just say with the public notice, you'll note variance number 5 that you see before you. We have made a revision to the plans which will no longer necessitate the need for that. So we will be complying with the front yard landscaping. So that would be variance number 5.
Yeah, let's just get some clarification. So variance number 5, the proposed front yard landscaping area is 48.3, and you'll be increasing that to over 50%, so we'll be eliminating that variance?
That is correct.
Okay, very good. And I should ask, are there any changes or modifications to any of the other 4? I note that there's 5 variances, but I also, number 4 has been labeled twice on the notice. Or is it's just repeated? It's a
Yeah,
east
through
and
you,
west.
Chair. So variance number 5, you're correct, will be eliminated. And variance number 4, as you can see, it has been copied twice. So I believe that was just a clerical error.
I think it pertains
one is east,
to,
one is west.
Yeah, one pertains to east, one pertains to west. So for all intents and purposes, let's
okay.
just refer to the second 4 as 4B and 4A.
Okay.
For purposes of the hearing, that just so we can differentiate them.
So
should that
we
come
can
up.
fix that, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, though, that it is the proposed front yard landscaping that the agent is intending to delete.
Yes, and can we just get confirmation? That's correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we can renumber it appropriately. We just want to make sure we delete the correct
Okay,
variance.
very
Thank you.
good. Okay, so
I'll just ask that staff put on the presentation that was provided.
yes.
Yeah, You can go to a slide number 4, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. So as you have before you, you have 4 variances. I'll speak to variances number 1 and 2, length and depth. As you can see, yeah, that's the right one. As you can see from the red shaded portion of the building, that would be the 2-story element of the house, which is 17.98 meters, necessitating a 0.98 meter variance. Shaded in blue on the screen as well is the 1-story extension functioning as a breakfast nook on the main floor of the house. As you can see in figure 3, which is to the right of the screen, this 1-story extension is set back well from both side lot lines. So from the west side, it's set back 5.49 meters, and from the east, it's 4.82 meters. If you wouldn't mind just going up to figure 3 for a moment. You can see that the blue area that we're seeking relief for depth is that blue shaded area to the on the left where it says 1.42 meters, and the length would be the 0.98 meters and the 0.42 meters. This variance is largely necessitated for both length and depth because of that extension. We are seeking slightly more for the 2-story portion, but the extension, because it's only a 1-story element, is discrete and concealed. It's not contributing to much massing, and the above it will just be a porch, which complies with the bylaw with screening to mitigate any privacy issues. Our next variance is lot coverage. The need for this variance is largely attributed to the rear accessory structure to the left of your screen on that site plan that you have there. The house complies. Takes up 31% of the total lot, whereas the rear accessory structure occupies 4.67% of the lot. For the rear accessory structure, we've been mindful of any private or neighboring trees. We're complying with all the necessary height and setbacks, and we're also complying with all of the landscaping requirements now. I'll ask staff to go to the 5th slide now. This is related to our last variance, which is related to building main wall height. Main wall height permitted is 7.5 meters. We're seeking 7.8 meters, necessitating relief of 0.38 meters, as you can see where that red portion is on the screen. It's very minor in nature and complies with and we do comply with the maximum overall building height. In addition, there have been a number of other approvals in the area for similar heights. In summary, the variances in front of you, in my opinion, meet the 4 tests, are respecting the character of the neighborhood as there are many newer replacement dwellings coexisting with smaller vintage houses. The owners have gone around and knocked on their neighbors' doors. They provided information to the variances you have in front of you now. One neighbor did cite some concerns for construction and safety, and we'll be sure through the construction phase that all of those issues are mitigated and dealt with. In front of you, you may only have 1 letter of support, although 6 were provided. So we have 6 letters of support from owners on the same street and the one adjacent to us. The owners are listening today, and they'd like to thank you for your time and listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions at this time? Okay. It seems pretty straightforward. I thank you for the presentation that you gave and the material that you submitted. It, again, very, very helpful and very clear what you're asking for today. So if there's no questions, let's move into committee. Yes, Mr. Gazzelli.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward a motion to approve the application as amended. I believe the variance that was eliminated, it's proposed front yard landscaping area. Just because of the numbers are on public notice, there are error. I think there's no other conditions. No.
I may ask, just given the nature of the building depth variance and the fact that it's accommodating a very small addition at the rear with a a generous step back. I wonder if we need to tie to site plan and elevations.
Yes.
Yes. I'm getting a yes, please, from.
And can we request that the covered deck remain unenclosed?
Yes.
Thank you.
So would you then, Ms. Casson, would you like to forward that motion maybe? No, go ahead. Yes, okay. So as amended and as we mentioned to tie this with the site plan substantially, is there any site plan like elevation, anything? No? Okay. Yes.
Site plan's good.
The site plans and the mentioned the cover deck to be unclosed, remain unclosed. Yes.
Staff, did you, you got the condition about the porch remaining unclosed? The rear.
The rear, yeah.
Rear deck remain
Rear deck.
unenclosed. Okay. Okay, motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Thank you.
Okay, second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Application is approved.
Thank you, members.
Okay, item number 27. 52 Patricia Avenue. We've got an application to construct a new dwelling with variances for front yard setback, east side yard setback related to a second-story platform, lot coverage, area of a third-story rear platform, and west side exterior main wall height. I've got material from the applicant on file, as well as a staff report from planning with recommendations, a memo from Urban Forestry, and a memo from Metrolinx. We've got the agent in person today. Welcome. There's a button there, if you can turn on your mic and give us your name and address.
Hello?
There you go.
Yeah, good afternoon, members of committee judgment. My name is Bin Hu, agent of the house owner and designer.
Okay. Sir, do we have a modified application today?
Yes.
We do.
We did modified drawings based on the staff report.
Okay.
And we submit to the city already.
Okay, very good. We're going to pull up that public notice, and we're going to go through each variance from top to bottom, and you're going to tell us which is staying, which is changing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So we've got the public notice up. Let's start with variance number 1.
Yeah, variance number 1 is we are proposing the front yard setback is 6.81 meter.
Okay.
And request the minimum front yard setback is 7.19. It's based on the average injection setback from neighbor to neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
But originally, the front setback is 6.5.
Fair enough. Are there any changes, though?
I don't have any change for that.
Okay, let's move on then. So
The
number 1, no changes.
Yeah.
Item number 2.
Item number 2 is side yard setback on the west side.
Yes?
We are proposing 1.52 meter side yard setback based on the staff report, and the minimum side yard requirement by law is 1.8 meter.
Yes, we see that. So 1.52.
Yes, that's
okay. Thank you. Variance number 3.
Number 3 is similar to the number 2. Is on the back side of the wood deck, so we will automatically shift back to 1.52 meter.
Okay, so that's also 1.52.
Yes.
Very good.
In number 2 is lot coverage. The limited is 30%, and we are changing to the 32.00.
Okay, so lot coverage is variance number 4.
Yes.
Is being increased or reduced, I should say, to 32%.
Yeah, reduced to the 32.00.
0.00. I got you. Yeah. Number 5.
Number 5 is backyard balcony area. The limited is 4 meter area. Now we are reduced to the 6.5 meter based on
6.5, you said?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And lastly, variance number 6.
Number 6, we modify the window opening for raised window, so we eliminate this minor variance. So we change it to the width of the restart window. So we are satisfied with current bylaw right now.
So we're going to eliminate that
Yes.
variance? Fantastic. Okay. All right. So, staff, we've got all those changes? Okay, thank you. All right. We've gone through, we've noted the modifications. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether they require a full presentation from you on this. Nope. It doesn't appear we require a full presentation. If there's anything you'd like to add at this time, it is your opportunity, but we are ready to move into committee for a decision for you.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we have no presentation. Very simple project.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. No questions for the applicant here. Let's take this into committee for a decision. So actually, if we can just pull up the planning report from staff, I just want to confirm that our changes, they do appear to be in line. Yes. Yes. Okay. And we've got an urban forestry condition as well. All right.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application, subject to the amendments that are contained in the planning staff report from May 31st, 2024. So one is to modify variance number 2 for the east side yard setback from 1.2 meters to 1.52 meters. Modify variance 3 for the side yard setback of the second story rear platform from 1.20 meters to 1.52 meters. Modify variance 4 for the lot coverage from 32.86 to 32%. Modify variance number 5 for the area of the third story rear platform from 7.14 square meters to 6.5 square meters. And eliminate variance number 6 for the height of the west side exterior main walls and subject to forestry 2. I think this application is appropriate, minor in nature, and meets the 4 tests.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. You have your approval, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to our next item. '71 Alexandra Boulevard. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling and a garden suite. We've got variances for FSI, front yard setback, front canopy encroachment towards an east side lot line, building length, rear yard landscaping, and rear yard soft landscaping. On file, I have material from the applicant as well as a staff report from planning, 2 memos from urban forestry, letter of support from 63 Alexandra Boulevard, and a letter of concern from number 58 Lytton Boulevard. Okay. We get the agent or applicant online.
I'm right here, actually.
Fantastic. Welcome. And
Good,
thank you for your patience today. I know we're
I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Chair. My name is Michael Amantea from Amantea Architects. The clients, the owners rather, have joined us today. They've taken a vacation, an exciting vacation day to join us today. The proposed development, as you mentioned, is for single-family residence, a garden suite, and amenities in the rear yard. The owners have gone around to quite a few of the neighbors in the immediate area to discuss the proposal and address any concerns. And generally speaking, everyone was very supportive. There should be 2 letters of support from the neighbor directly to the east and west, both next door neighbors. There is a letter that we're aware of from the neighbor directly behind. They have also engaged in conversations with them, and it would appear that their concerns are not specific to any of the variances that we're going to be discussing today. Instead, I believe they are in reference just to the as of right bylaws as they relate to the new garden suite. And of course, and I think actually you mentioned that there were 2 variances related to landscape. There should only be 1, which is the soft landscape percentage. We're at 41.5, I believe, and so we're deficient by about 9%. I'm happy to address any questions related to any of these variances. I think the planning staff has endorsed our proposal, and we believe it's minor, in line with the objectives of the official plan and zoning bylaw, and the variances that have been listed, I believe, are technical and very minor.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe we got your address for the record.
Oh, it's 1655 DuPont Street.
Okay, thank you. I had a question with respect to the variance for the rear yard landscaping.
Yes.
The question is, I mean, why couldn't you guys get that number to be a little bit better? I mean, you've got space back there. There's a considerable amount of hardscaping that's kind of proposed, and there's certainly you know, a lot of times we just see they'll design the building and they'll plop it on the lot. In this case, you guys have taken the extra mile to design everything around the building. So with that in mind, I question why there wasn't more soft landscaping back there.
I appreciate that, yes. And I brought with me just a large version of what you have in front of you, so this is not new material.
Okay.
But we have actually gone to great lengths to capture as much soft landscaping. We meet the landscaping requirements, the soft landscaping that were slightly deficient.
Yep.
So what we've done is we've shrunk the footprint of the garden suite from what is allowed, what is permitted, to something less than that. We've also introduced a number of green roofs on top of both the house and on the garden suite, flanking both sides of the garden suite to help with, you know, stormwater management, water absorption. It also gives neighbors something nice to look down onto as opposed to a black tar roof. It's because of the garden suite that we are slightly deficient. So we're trying to compensate, and we're actually, with the green roofs, we're actually at 55%. And of course, you know, when you look at what I believe is the intent of the soft landscaping requirement, I think we are completely in line with the spirit of what it's in place to enforce.
Okay, and it's the material that you have up there with you, that is the same as the presentation material?
It's the same, yes. This was actually just the, I think that's the tree protection zones that we...
I see, and I see your planning rationale pertaining to the soft landscaping as well, that was submitted as part of the initial package. I thank you for that. Okay, are there any other questions? Nope. Okay, that was my only question, and you answered it well, so I thank you for that. If there's nothing else at this time, I think we are ready to move into committee for a decision for you.
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair, if you choose to approve it, there are conditions from planning and forestry.
I think the planning recommendation is that they have no issues with the variances, but they would like us to maintain the look of the front canopy substantially as we submitted it, which we have every intention to do.
I see that, and those drawings have already been attached to the staff report. Those are updated, and okay. All right, and you're also aware we've got a standard forestry.
Of course.
Okay. All right.
There's also a rear yard canopy that we should ensure is kept open and not closed in.
The pergola structure?
Yeah, pergola,
Absolutely, yes.
yeah.
No, it's included within all of the, it was a very lengthy ZAP process, zoning review process. And we made sure we were very, very careful to include absolutely everything. So this has been thoroughly looked at.
Okay,
I appreciate it, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's move into committee and get a decision for this gentleman. Staff, can we just pull the planning report? Ms. Martin, the planning staff report is in the initial package. I believe there's a tab under presentation. No, it's noted. There you go. And the recommendation is just to tie to the drawings. Okay. Okay.
I have the report in front of me.
We've got it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were looking.
Go for it. Go for it.
So,
can help you out.
Yeah, no worries. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application with the condition indicated on the staff report that this application, that it includes a condition that variance 3 be developed substantially in accordance with the north and east elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached as attachment number 1 and 2 to the staff report. We also have the condition from forestry. I believe it's forestry condition number 2. Yes.
And the open.
And the open canopy, and we put the condition to have the canopy to remain open and unclosed.
Can you just.
In the backyard, right?
I think we're having some trouble hearing you.
Oh.
Staff.
Okay. Should I repeat the
No,
motion?
I think it was just the.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I just need a clarification on the last condition you're putting on.
Yes. The forestry I mentioned, and then canopy to be remained open in the rear backyard.
So it's a rear canopy in the backyard to remain
Yes.
unenclosed.
Remain unclosed, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Ma'am, sorry, go ahead.
Ms. Martin. Okay, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The application is approved.
Thank you.
If
And-
you do have any questions
Yeah.
administratively, I would ask you just to
Sounds
direct
good.
them to staff. They'll be able to help you out there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Not that I don't want to answer, but I got to stick to procedure. And we're on a timeline here. Okay, item number 29. 95 Sutherland Drive. Purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new dwelling. We've got some variances before us for FSI, east side yard setback, and west side yard setback. On file, I've got material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, form letters of support from 89 and 93 Sutherland Avenue, Sutherland Drive. And we've got I think I mentioned our memo from Urban Forestry as well. Okay, let's get the agent online.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Mayor Manius, I'm the agent, number 1 Teakwood Grove, Toronto.
Thank you. Just give us a moment here.
Sure.
Okay. Sir, just want to confirm that you're aware of the standard condition from Urban Forestry.
Yes, number one, although we already submitted the application at the same time as committee, but we have no objection to the condition.
Okay, very good. I am going to ask my colleagues whether or not they want to hear a presentation on this item. Great. It's a no. All right. We don't require a presentation from you. I will give you the opportunity in case there's anything you'd like to add, but it appears we're ready to move into committee for a motion for you.
No, it's just we have the lowest, one of the lowest FSI variances, and we do have support of the west neighbor, which is an older house. The east neighbor is under construction right now, and it was also approved by Committee for Adjustment for a few variances. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Questions? No questions. All right, let's move into committee for decision.
Okay.
Yes?
I can propose a motion to approve item 29?
Correct, yep.
Yeah. 95 Sutherland Drive, subject to the forestry report.
Forestry condition number 1.
Forestry condition number 1.
Okay. I have a seconder. Second by Ms. Martin. All in favor?
No.
Sorry, by Ms. Casson. Got you guys mixed up. That's why I write it down. Second by Ms. Casson. Thank you. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a good evening.
You as well. Item number 30, 76 Princess Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We've got a number of variances before us, including east and west side yard setbacks, east side yard setback for a front porch deck, rear deck projection and or height, lot coverage, and side exterior main wall height. On file, I have material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and a late staff report requesting with a late staff report with recommendations. We have the applicant. Yep, okay. Let's table item 30 and we'll come back to it when we reach our speaker. Moving on, item number 31, 187 Glenview Avenue. Yes, thank you for reminding me. So one of our members is going to step out. Yep. Item number 31, 187 Glenview Avenue. The purpose of the application is a proposal to construct a new two-story single-family detached dwelling. We've got variances before us for rear balcony setback from an east lot line, east side yard setback, FSI, number of platforms off a rear main wall, number of platforms at or above a second story, front yard landscaping, and front yard soft landscaping. On file, we've got material from the applicant, staff report from planning, and a memo from Urban Forestry, as well as form letter of support from number 178 Glenview Avenue, letter of concern from 182 Glenview Avenue, and a letter of opposition from 164, 183, 185, and 193 Glenview Avenue. Okay, and we have the agents with us in person today. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good to see you as well. Thank you. My name is Arjang Bahesh from Homeland at 49 Wycliffe Crescent. I'm the co-designer of the application.
Okay, let's get the clock up.
Sure.
We've got some speakers on this, so I'm obviously going to ask for a presentation from you today.
If I could please see slide number 1 of the presentation package that I submitted. Wonderful, thank you. Yes, there we go. So we can see here the side elevation of our proposed house, and that angular line which we can see in blue actually represents the natural grade, which goes noticeably higher from the front of the house as it moves onto the rear. So because of this, if we can actually just zoom in a little. Because of this, we had to design a multi-level basement. So the foundation for which is shown there in the color pink. And you can see that as the level of the basement moves with the grade, it's lower at the front and then it steps up and is raised at the back so that it does not get buried too deep into the ground, which allows the first floor or the main level to also stay slightly above ground instead of getting slightly buried in the ground as well. So because of this, the new definition of the bylaw has considered the basement to be the first floor and the real first floor of the house to be the second floor and the second floor to be considered a third story. So technically by law, this is a 3-story house, but the reason you don't see a variance for 3 stories versus 2, like we normally would in this situation, is that the bylaw for that neighborhood actually allows for houses to be 3 stories, while in reality, our proposal has 2 stories above ground and a basement which is below ground. Now, this definition, though, has triggered some other variances. If I could please see slide number 2, we can see there are 2 platforms at the rear of the building. One, which is our deck that's accessed from the main level, which is highlighted in yellow, and a master bedroom balcony above that, which is highlighted in pink. So one of the variances reads that the minimum number of platforms at or above the second story, the maximum number of platforms is 1, and it writes that we have 2. That's because it's considering our first story deck as a second story balcony, while we can see that clearly the deck, which is highlighted in yellow, is only slightly above the ground, about 4 feet higher than the grade at the rear, which is shown again in blue. So it is very close to the ground, and the fact that it is considered accessible from our second story is only a technicality in terms of the bylaw. Variance number 5, which speaks to an increased size of second floor platform, again refers to the deck, which the examiner themselves have noted that the main level is considered to be the second story. And if I could please see slide number 3, you can see that the proposal is in harmony with the adjacent neighbors. Our neighbor at 189 is a brand new build, and our proposal matches the building length, the side yard setbacks, building footprint, building height, FSI, and almost all other factors. And you can see that our proposal is also in harmony with our neighbor at 185, despite that house being a 50-plus-year-old home. And finally, we approached the surrounding neighbors and spoke to every neighbor that we were given a chance to speak to, and managed to get a written letter of support on the next slide from 178 Glenview Avenue, and verbal support from our neighbor directly at the rear. Thank you very much. That's my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, we have no questions at this time. We do have another speaker.
I'd like to.
Yes, you're here for this item?
Yes.
Yes, okay, your name and address, please.
Daniel Simmons, 231 Glenview Avenue, Glenview Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, we're gonna get 5 minutes up, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, a variety of apologies, out of practice, nerves with, conference public speaking. I realize there are a variety of constraints here with the provincial government. Doug Ford, a ways back, I was sort of in my preservationist activist mode, fell out of it. I realize there are specific issues here I'll try to speak to. I'm just going to try to address one up front. Also, please excuse any excess architectural passion that's going to come through. I just want to address something, if I may, that this gentleman said regarding this new proposed plan being in harmony to 189 Glenview. 189 Glenview, this being the street that I grew up on, I know it well. 189 Glenview is a new construction. It is a monster. So it is absolutely correct to say that the proposed construction would be in harmony to 189 Glenview as a monster, not to the rest of the street. In any case, in terms of the letters of support, mine is filed. I think, Mr. Chairman or Mr. Speaker, you didn't mention mine, but I think it's the 5th letter of objection. In any case, in the remaining time, let me try to race through my points. And if I'm like a voice in the wilderness here fighting a losing battle, so be it. But, if my grounds are really this moral objection grounds on the architecture, and I'm going to try within the time that I have. In my letter, I delineated architectural features of this house that I think are apparent. My argument is not that you should appreciate them, but merely that they exist. This is the letter. You can see it's dripping with architectural enthusiasm. I delineated about 7 features ranging from craftsman-style porch brackets, the shutters, which probably come from a bazillion different styles. The window muntins refer to the strips of wood demarcating the glass in the front. You see molding demarcating the porch overhang and the roof overhang. At the side of the house, there's a bay window. So again, my argument is not whether you should appreciate these and whether it needs to be a glittering example of architectural style, but that they do exist. And when we erase them with the proposed plan, they are gone forever. I want to point out also, here's my second point and my argument by extension. I'm asserting that these have value to the house itself. I think they also demonstrably connect to a wider Toronto architectural vernacular of a whole mishmash of styles that we have in the city. Look at my letter. You see that I've indicated Heritage Trust Ontario, which has a wonderful database, if you will, classified by architectural styles. I presume, not being an historian, when this house and all of the others on Glenview were built, I would have assumed people said, what an awful mishmash of styles clumped together. To the extent that there are some craftsman influences that I can detect, go on to Heritage Trust and you can see a database of 35 properties that are probably very good examples that meet a preservation standard of the craftsman architectural style. That database extends to all sorts of, other groups of buildings, all of our Toronto Gothic revivals. Here's another point I'd like to make. Houses along this street, in terms of demolition, have been improved for decades without demolition overall. And just to back up if I can, since I'm in time, I have to assert something. Again, I might be late to the game, I might be a voice in the wilderness. It still strikes me as really a radical move to demolish a house that's not condemned and it's, there was no fire there, that's perfectly usable with architectural features. And coming back to the point that I interrupted about this idea of improving houses without needing to demolish them where there are these architectural features, that happened with this house itself. I should know because I played in this house as a kid. It got a 2-story addition at the back. The attic was finished. And 2- and 3-story additions have happened all along our street, much less our neighborhood, in a way that preserves the character that you spoke of before, or was spoken before of this in the meeting, character of the street, of the community, the architectural consonance of the street. Last, because I have so many seconds left, the proposal is to eviscerate an entire strip of front lawn to create the driveway, such as we connect our local issues to newspaper headlines. Correct me if I'm wrong, but to the extent that we are removing, in this case, for a heated driveway, removing soil and grass in our city, make no mistake about it, you are removing insects and birds. And that's my time.
Thank you. I did have a question for you, and I understand what you're saying with respect to fit and character because that's something that I am always looking at. Toronto is has a very diverse group of neighborhoods. They're all very different, and they all have, while there are similarities amongst them, I think each of them have very defining characteristics that we need to be aware of. I would ask you though, is there anything, like with respect to the variances that are before us today, are there any specific variances that specifically that stand out to you as a concern?
All of them. And I think this is echoed by the neighbors. The height is a problem, stripping away the front lawn for the built-in garage. This is at the high point of the street, which the other letters of objection note. It used to be a golf course, I believe, actually. So when you put that paved driveway in to rip out this front lawn, it does basically send that problem onto all the other neighbors. I should know my parents' house is at the bottom of the street. In terms of the your question was, do I support any of the variances? I'm sorry, I don't, both for, the environmental reason, water flooding, but principally because of the architectural reasons. And I'd also note very quickly, the architect, if you go on their website, as indicated in my letter, has a traditional portfolio where some of these, the vocabulary of these details are reflected. So it's absolutely in the capability of the architect potentially to do something with more effort that's consonant with the neighborhood and the street. And I'd say this is the letter that's in the file from the architect about the house. And, I'm trying to be judicious here, but in terms of architecture as a profession that has a civic, moral, aesthetic sensibility, there's nothing in here that asserts, here's the new design of the house, here's how I think it fits in, here's how it could possibly remediate any of these answers. So this is sort of the beneficiary of this process to me is like house-based strip mining. Tear it down and then improvement. The footprint is so small, or the lot size is so small, it's not like we're the bridle path where we're really proposing an expansion. You're still confined within the footprint, and again, neighbors for decades have expanded in all manner, which at least in terms of the character of the neighborhood has been preserved.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for this gentleman before we go back to, I believe we have another speaker online or in person. Okay, let's get him up. But thank you very much. We're done, and we're going to hear from the other speakers now, and then I'm going to go back to the applicant. And I'm sure, hopefully, the applicant will be able to address some of the questions and concerns that came up from other interested parties. Okay, we've got our next speaker.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Am I the next speaker?
You are. Your
Hello.
name?
Hi.
Your name?
My name is Susan Jackson Craig.
And where do you live?
Susan Jackson Craig.
Yeah.
185 Glenview, the immediate neighbor to the east.
Okay.
Okay, and by the way, the grade line that was shown on the first presentation was only the grade line to the west, which was augmented by the new build, the monster build, and I am the grade line to the east, which they negated to show for other reasons. Okay, so we are the neighbors immediately to the east application property, and we have several concerns regarding the variances applied for, which we believe will negatively impact our property, living conditions, privacy, and the surrounding community. We oppose any reduction to the required minimum side yard setback for the new building, balconies, platforms, or rear stair to the lower level. The setback is measured from the finished building of the structure, but the excavation required to achieve the finished wall is larger than the finished structure itself. The footings for the foundation and whatever other supports are used for shoring extend beyond the minimum setbacks at the finished face of the building. This impacts the surrounding soils and the property beyond the required minimum setback. If the required minimum setback, side yard setback, is not maintained, it sets up conditions where the foundation of the neighboring building is vulnerable. For example, during the construction of a recent build at 181 Glen View, a variance was granted, and the construction engineering solution.
Hello? Hello? I got you back.
Hi, have you got me?
Yeah,
Hi,
we got
I'm
you
back.
back.
Sorry. Okay, I'll go back. For example, during the construction of a recent new build at 181 Glen View, a variance was granted, and the construction engineering solution for that new building resulted in all of the soil adjacent to the neighboring house of 183 over the property line, completely over the property line, all the soils to be removed. Where did I go here? To be removed from the property line, completely the full length of the house, well below the footing level. The foundation wall of the adjacent house was fully exposed for an extended period of time, leading to ongoing problems, damage to the home. This condition was created by the granting of the side yard variance, leading to severe consequences such as, but not limited to, site and soil instability, negative impact to the integrity of the foundation of the existing house and multiple basement floodings during the construction period. In order to remove all the soil to the depth that the new construction required for the shoring and for the foundations and for the excavation, they were working on the neighbor's property. They removed it. And how is this legal or permissible?
I'm
It's
just going to
beyond-
interject. And I will just be mindful of the clock.
Yeah.
We're dealing specifically with variances here and building related
I
issues.
know.
But
I know.
even if we wanted to,
I
we
know.
cannot address building related matters because those are addressed at a different phase. So
Yes, but the reduction of the side yard setback sets it up. So I'll carry on. This area of Glenview was a golf course before the development in the 30s. Some of the houses, including my own at 185 Glenview Avenue, were built partially on fill. There is an underground river and an extremely high water table in this specific area affecting ours and neighboring lots. A geotechnical survey must be conducted and on this property. I have alerted the committee, I alerted the architect who came to my door, and I'm letting the City of Toronto know in this letter that these site-specific conditions. It is very necessary for you to flag this. There are ongoing problems. All of the builds surrounding 187 Glenview, either to the east or to the west or across the street, have experienced excessive water retention during the excavation and construction. This water was pumped out 24/7 into the street, overloading the storm drainages in front of 185 and 187. These properties are at the actual low point of our street. In actual fact, I sent in a video, you can see that the catch basins are constantly blocked with debris, and the results are repeated floodings and overflowing and streaming into the mutual drives all to the north of Glenview.
Okay, final
There
words?
are ice jams all winter. What's that?
Final words? We're over the 5.
Okay, so we have my excavation depths. Take a look at the other side. It is be 16 feet below my property, before my foundation. I have a 4-foot I have a 4-foot depth extension on the back of my house. It will be very vulnerable. Also, we all have exception to the reduction of the soft landscaping. They show permeable pavers. They show some landscaping leading to the driveway, but they also have the no heated driveway.
Okay.
Take a look at a video I sent of the water flowing on a moderate rain day last week, and it is a flood zone to the neighbors across the street.
Okay, thank
so
you.
You'll read the letters. They've all put them in.
Yes,
and
we have received all of the application information.
And a stand of birch trees will come down for this extension in
All
the
right,
rear
I'm going to
yard.
have to cut you there. We're well over our 5.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another speaker.
Hello? Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Your name and address, please.
Atina Sharifi at 184 Glenview.
Okay. Before you
So-
begin, we have heard now from 2 neighbors, so I don't want to limit your time, but I also just want to caution you against repeating anything that's already been said. Okay, and we're only dealing with zoning related matters here today. Nothing to do with building and construction. That is dealt with at another phase in this process.
No, mine was just on variances 6 and 7 regarding the front yard landscaping.
Okay.
And I am one of the, sorry, I'm losing my voice. I'm one of the homes on the south side of the street that is affected as well by any of the drainage and through rainfall and such.
Okay, so
So,
your
I just-
concern is with the variance that relates to the soft yard landscape reduction in the front yard.
Yes, that's correct. And I know 178 supported this. However, they actually just the house about 1.5 years ago. So they are likely not aware of the issues of prior homeowner. had with flooding and such in their basement.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this person? No. Okay. Do we have any more? We have another speaker?
I believe that's it, Mr. Chair. The residents from 189 Glenview are not present.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's turn it back to the agents. Give you an opportunity to respond to what you heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can see slide number 5, we'll see two diagrams. At left is the existing house with a 1,139 square foot building footprint, and at right is what's proposed with an improved, lesser building footprint of 1,096 square feet, and a building which is further away from our neighbor at the left. If I can see slide number 6, the area highlighted in red is the portion of the existing building which is much closer in terms of side yard setbacks to our neighbor at 185 than our proposal. So we are improving the current situation for that neighbor at 185 who is objecting today. If I can see slide 7, our team loves green space. We believe neighborhoods which have more trees and more green areas are much more beautiful. And that's why several months ago, we approached our other adjacent neighbor at 189 in order to remove a mutual driveway easement. At the left of the slide, at option 1, you can see that there's an easement which has to remain as hard surface, and then a single driveway which has to be in addition to the easement to be in front of the single car garage. This option reduces the amount of green space considerably, whereas in option 2, by removing the easement and replacing it with green area and a minimally wide driveway which could be placed far from the other driveways and with more equal distance between the homes themselves. But unfortunately, after with difficulty finding the homeowners who actually lived overseas in China at 189, they were not in agreement with our proposal to remove the easement. And slide number 8, which shows in written correspondence that they were, as it states, they were clear on this matter and that no changes on the current easement layout, which means no changes between the easement of 187 and 189, and that is their firm decision to not remove the easement. So unfortunately, they were not in agreement. But in slide number 9, despite that fact of being forced to have this hard surface in addition to our driveway, we still took care to design the front with as much green space as possible. You can see that between the easement of the driveway and the start of the driveway, there's a green stripe that runs through the entire length of the front. The driveway then has an additional wider strip of green running along the middle of the drive so that the car's wheels will go on either side. This shows the amount of green space we have tried to incorporate despite having that easement limitation. But then in slide number 10, unfortunately, the zoning examiner chose to not consider the stripes in green and instead calculated them as hard surfaces. As they write from an email, you can see the strip of landscaping through then, meaning the middle driveway, is not concast, they meant considered, soft or hard landscaping. It is just part of the driveway. The easement I am considering a driveway as well. And so the variance which is here actually includes those green spaces as hard surfaces while they are not. And I must say that it is not a definitive rule to calculate green spaces which run through or even along a driveway. It was the interpretation of this particular examiner. Because the stripes in green are not just decorative, shown only on the drawings, they will actually be built that way in reality. For example, in slide number 11, we can see another one of our projects at 39 Hounslow Avenue in North York. You can see we have a similar design, this time a circular driveway with a green space in the middle. The zoning examiner for that project did calculate those green spaces, and the driveway was built exactly the same way that we designed, as you can see. In terms of the staff report, staff reached out and asked us to actually further improve upon the variances for landscaping. And we explained that in this particular case, because it was basically impossible to improve upon those conditions, mainly because of the mutual driveway, which is in addition to our single car driveway. That, along with the fact that the green areas the examiner calculated as hard surface. But when we received the staff report, we were all very surprised that they asked for a refusal of the landscaping, because staff themselves asked us to reduce and improve upon the variances. So it would only be right to have a staff report which suggests to modify the two variances, not to refuse them outright. Because, Mr. Chair, without these variances, the entire application basically would be refused because it is impossible to build because of that easement. And if I can see slide number 12, we'll see that despite the majority of the houses being basically 70-year-old plus homes on the street, almost all of the houses on the street, for them to be legalized today, would need to come to the committee for the variances of landscaping and soft landscaping. That includes the new build. If I could see the additional slides, you can see all of these houses, 12, 13, 14, all the way to slide 24. That includes the new build which is beside us, who refused to remove the easement, which has been approved for a higher landscaping than what we are asking for, and many other homes on the block which have mutual driveways. So that is the explanation for the landscaping variances, a variance that is seen through the entire street, a feature of slightly higher paved surfaces due to the existence and prevalence of mutual driveways which exist on the street. A variance which, if it was refused, it would be impossible to move forward with this application. And if it was if it is to be refused, it means that our application would be virtually the only house on the street without such a variance, which, Mr. Chair, would be the definition of going against the character of the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
Sorry to prolong this, but staff, could you go back to, I think it was 9, the drawing that showed the strips?
9,
Was it
yeah.
9?
Yes. Is it included? So did the examiner include?
No, he didn't.
It's not.
But I just wanted to see it again.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, that one.
So, just to clarify,
Yes.
the 2 strips of green.
Yes.
The examiner that's not included in the calculation.
Exactly.
They're including the green space on the other side.
Yes.
They're because I guess the car parks over it. They would.
Yeah.
I get that's the okay.
And
And,
the-
then even for the side strip between the easement and the drive, they didn't include that as well.
No, they did not. And the car would not technically go over it because it's a straight driveway. So the strip of green in the middle, the car would not actually go over it. And the one beside the easement, that definitely should have been calculated because it's completely separate from the driveway. And that easement is only 7 feet wide. In reality, it's a pedestrian access. No car would actually be able to go fit in between those 2 houses anyway. And the garages of both houses are attached, either at our neighbor and our proposal. There's no additional garages at the rear of the properties for anyone to use that easement.
Yeah. Did the use of permeable pavers ever come up in discussion with staff to offset those numbers?
No, but we will include permeable pavers, and we will right now remove the heated driveway point on our site plan.
Sorry, this may sound like a dumb question, but in between the 2 narrow strips, what is that? Like not the driveway, the one between the 2 narrow strips. What is that portion?
Oh, the car. The wheels don't go.
The wheels of the car. That's the actual driveway.
Parked there, it's a strip of green. But that I understand the middle strip would not be included because when the car parks there, it's technically on top of it. I've seen this done before.
okay.
It's when you have very small front yards and you're really limited on the landscaping. What they'll do is they'll just hardscape where the wheels need to go.
Right.
So the curb cut's there, they drive up over, but when the car's not there during the day, they're at work.
It's green.
It's green.
Yeah.
They've got the 2 strips that accommodate the wheels.
Yeah. And if I could see slide 11, you'll see a real life example of that. Although in this particular case, it'll be curved. But on slide 11, you'll see that's another one of our designs. And there's a strip of green in the middle of the circular driveway.
The car can actually drive over that. Not. So was that included? Did the examiner include that?
Yes, that
He did?
examiner. Yes, that examiner included those green areas as green
I
space.
just want to understand, the numbers how they match up to the drawings, just to see where we're falling short. Because, just trying to understand.
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
I'm just trying to understand where the numbers are, how the numbers came to where they are, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not it's inclusive of the strips on the drive or not, right? Where the numbers are.
Yeah,
right?
they're not. Those 2 strips of green are not calculated in green space, and that has obviously affected our landscaping variance a lot.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
Sorry, you mentioned that it's include. First, you mentioned the examiner that they included those greenery in the calculation, right?
They included it as hard surfaces. Those green areas are not included.
Your
as
calculation, it's not, right?
in the variance, it's not calculated.
No, my question is your calculation. You said it's not, right?
Well, I don't have a
Question
calculation.
that the chair asked you, right?
Well,
The examiner, there's a zoning review. So the examiner has come to the variances that we see before us, not ourselves.
Yeah, it's based off the examiner's interpretation.
No, I understand that. And the second question is that basically what you're mentioning in terms of the staff report, you're not changing anything on that, right? On the variance
I
number
can
6 and 7?
I can further reduce the landscaping variance to a absolute minimum.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fazil, I didn't quite understand your question. If you can
No,
repeat
I'm asking the question on the variance number 6 and 7 on the staff report. You're not changing anything just because of the staff report mentioned that, right? Just please clarify that.
I can, sure. I can, right now I can reduce variance number 6 from 41.77% to 45%. I can add more to the landscaped area. And then in terms of green space, I can increase it from 56.88% to 60%. Variance number 7, yes.
7, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, of course.
Sorry, one more question. If those green strips were included, what would the percentage be?
What would the percentages be?
It's a hard question to.
Yeah.
Sorry, I believe I need to introduce myself. My name is Hamid Behesht from Homeland, the co-designer of the house from 49 Wycliffe Crescent. Well, actually, Ms. Cassin, some of these calculations and bylaw provisions are taken by kind of matter of taste or interpretation. And whenever we apply for a zoning review, of course, we do calculations, but then examiners are not going to necessarily accept our calculations. Unfortunately, I may not be able to find our calculation this fast right now, but of course it was better, much better. But because we simply had calculated those two stripes and also the little rectangular between the staircase, apparently he didn't calculate any of those. He just calculated that L-shaped large area at the top of the drawing. And that's where the difference comes from.
Yes, thanks.
Okay,
This is
thank
what
you.
I was asking, actually.
Right.
Thank you.
You're good? Okay. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it. We're ready to move into committee on this one? Yes? Any other questions? All right. Thank you, guys. Just ask you to sit down, and we're going to move into committee now.
This is very, I'll start off the conversation. This is very similar to the Castlefield application,
yeah.
except the first house already went through, and that's the one that was referred to, the one that's under construction. That was the first one with the different typology on this street, right? So this is the second one. It is very difficult, and I hear what the neighbors are saying. I understand the concerns. I think part of our dilemma is that we don't deal with the stormwater issues here. This is not our purview to deal with those. We know that the intent of the zoning provisions for front yard landscaping and soft landscaping are to ensure that there is water retention, that it's not all running off. So that's where I can understand why staff recommended refusal of 6 and 7. So I'll stop there, see if anyone else has anything to add before I go any further.
I'm okay with those. I'm okay with the landscaping. And I'm one of those members that it really drives me nuts when I see that out of whack. I think preserving a good amount of green space is really key. I disagree in the sense with the examiner. I think that the first strip that the car drives over should not have been included, but I don't think it's fair to omit the second strip, which actually is it separates out what is sort of the intended driveway slash front yard from the right-of-way and creates a little bit of green and distinction. I mean, most people would frankly just hardscape right over to the walkway. So the fact that they've made it provided those strips, I think really helps. I also, I'm comforted by the fact that they've also proposed to improve those variances specifically. And I think if there's any doubt still at that point, then certainly the use of permeable pavers on the drive portion would satisfy me to get those variances in compliance or to meet our 4 tests. Those are my thoughts on the front. I do agree with the neighbor, and this is where it becomes difficult, that the adjacent property, it does stick out. And it happens. You get approvals every now and then, and something gets built, and you question it, right? So, but it's hard because you've got immediate context here supporting, right, with a new build directly next door, right? So unless you cast it as an outlier and disregard it, you've got to address the existing conditions there. But I sympathize with the neighbor. I frankly, I think if the adjacent property was not there, it would have had a lot more, it would have been a lot harder to get something like this through. But because you've got the one, and it's directly next door, it's difficult, right? Those are my thoughts on that. But the landscaping is one of those variances that doesn't concern me in this case. Just given the nature of the street and the fact that there's a lot of hardscaping to accommodate vehicular parking.
Sure. Historically, there has been.
Yes, yeah.
Imagine those lots when they were originally built were single-car driveway with full fronts.
I also just want to note that the public notice in this one, the variance for the integral garage is actually not in here, where it did flag on Castlefield. They did require variance to permit access through a front main wall. It's not required here, which is where I think I differ from my feelings about the other application, right?
Maybe it's not needed in this area. And your thoughts on the side yard setback, which the 0.9 to 0.55?
You look at the existing condition, it is, I do recognize, again, it's an improvement. And I think the adjacent properties, I mean, the setbacks in this neighborhood are pretty small.
Yeah.
Just given the lot sizes. So I don't have issue with those either. Yeah. So, okay, motion maybe?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the application, subject to the amendments that the applicant proposed for variance 6. Let me just pull it up. Yeah, 6 and 7, yeah. So for 6 to be 45% as opposed to 41.77, and for 7 to be 50%. Is that right? 60%. I wrote down 50, I don't know why. 60% as opposed to 56.88%. And subject to forestry condition number 3. I think that's it. Sorry? Oh, yes, and permeable pavers for the driveway.
I think that also helps to address some of the neighbor concerns regarding drainage, and it's good to see a further. It's always good to see a further improvement on soft yard landscaping.
So I think that the variances are You know, generally, if we were in a different part of the city, it would be, we would consider them minor and be sort of done with the consideration much more quickly. But in this case, given the character of the neighborhood, it's harder to consider some of them. And the difference in architecture, I understand that the applicant, the neighbors have concerns with that. But unfortunately, you know, the zoning generally permits that type of housing. And it's probably the beginning of a trend that will change over time on the street, just because people want new houses with new features and higher ceilings and all that sort of thing. So I think that it is minor in nature and is consistent with the intent of the zoning bylaw and of the official plan. And for that reason, I'm willing to support that motion.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, thank you. Second by Mr. Kubu. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, I'm going to abstain. I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to vote. So the motion passes. We've got 2 yes, 1 no, and I will not be. I'll have to abstain from this one. Oh, I can't. Okay. Yeah, no, but I can't. Okay. And I can't not vote at all. Have it 3. And we can't have a decision with 3 members? Can we render a decision with three members? Yeah, so there's no tie.
If you voted against?
I didn't. No, I didn't vote against. I didn't vote at all.
I'm not saying you can't vote.
Yes.
You just can't create a tie.
Yes, okay. So I cannot vote. Okay, so we've got the motion carries in this case. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members, and committee staff. Thank you.
I'm not voting. I could. Well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I know that was a long one. Yes, item number 30, 76 Princess Avenue. Purpose of the application is to... Yes, let's get her. Miss Martin? All right, we are back to item 30, 76 Princess Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. And we've got variances for east and west side yard setbacks, east side yard setback for a front porch deck, rear deck projection and or height, lot coverage, and side exterior main wall height. On file, we have materials from the applicant and a memo from Urban Forestry, as well as a late staff report. We have the agent with us.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sia Zanjani, and I'm the architect and the agent for this application. My address is 15 Allstate Parkway, Markham. And just to emphasize that I was online and I could hear you well, and I was watching the committee, but for some strange reason, we couldn't connect. So apologies for that.
Okay. Well, we've got you here now, so that's the important thing. I'm just going to ask staff, we just have one speaker on this item? Okay, very good. And sir, is my understanding that this is going to be a modified application?
That's correct. So we have one modification that I can walk the committee members through. It's related to variance number 4. Which is regarding the projection of the rear deck. So we are asking the committee to modify that variance to reduce the projection from 4.57 to 3.45 meters.
You said 3.45, right?
That is correct. Yeah. So we've submitted a covering letter along with a revised site plan, which has been uploaded to the AIC, and And that's in line with the staff report's recommendation as well.
Okay, and just ask staff to pull up that, there we go. That is the revised site plan?
That is correct, yes.
And I see the change highlighted there. Okay, thank you. I'm going
That
to
is
ask my
correct.
colleagues whether we require a full presentation on this item. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't appear we need a presentation, so if it's all right with you, we can move directly to committee for a decision for you.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, let's head into committee at this time. Just actually, and can we also just pull up that the late staff report, just ensuring that the modifications are in line with staff. Okay. So we've got an extra 0.05 meter differentiation on variance number 4. And tied to plans. Okay. Go for it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward a motion to approve the application as amended. It's modified, and also at the condition that the rear deck projection from the rear wall be developed substantially in accordance with the revised site plan drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment on May 23rd, and attaches attachment number 1 to the staff report. I'm just looking at if there's any other condition. No. No. I think,
Forestry
is there forestry? And forestry, condition forestry 3, I think the applicant, by making that modification, makes the application satisfy the 4 tests, in my opinion.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, thank you. Second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Motion carries. Application as amended is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. We are moving on. Last item of the day. 307 Hounslow Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 2-story dwelling with rear deck and basement walkout. We've got variances for lot coverage, east side yard setback, and west side yard setback. And on file, we have material from the applicant. We have the applicant or agent with us.
Sarah Barkley from Urban Officer.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not we require a presentation from you. Nope. Okay. It doesn't appear we require a presentation, so if it's all right with you, we're prepared to move into committee for a decision.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Let's go into committee. Ms. Martin, take us home.
Sure, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve item 32, 307 Hounslow Avenue with no conditions. No?
Sorry, can we just add that the covered deck remain unenclosed?
Oh, absolutely. And to ensure that, to amend that, to ensure that the covered deck is not enclosed.
Rear.
The rear covered deck is not enclosed.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, second by Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. The motion carries. Application is approved. Okay, it is now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our hearing today. I want to thank everybody for their patience in dealing with our power outages. We had two, unfortunately, but we did get to the end. The time is now 7:44, and our meeting is adjourned.